Salam takon. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah. الليلة هنتكلم في topic مهم جدا. It's a crucial topic. We are going to talk today. The topic is federalism with a focus on the historical dimension in search for freedom in our country. ده topic بتاعنا اللي احنا هنتكلم فيه، والضيف بتاعنا هو أستاذ الحاج. هو هيكون معنا في التوبيك بتاعنا بتاع الليلة. فاحنا قبل ما نمشي قدام, let's also listen to some songs here while we are waiting for our guests.
Listen, this is a message from the National Salvation Front, to bring peace and unity to our people. Rise up, my 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 people. Yeah, rise up, my people. Rise up, my people. Yeah, rise up, my people. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to stand for our rights. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. It's the revolution time. We got to speak our minds. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. National salvation is fighting to liberate our suffering people. Nas Hua, people power. Nas Hua, people power. Nazgua, yeah, people power. Nazgua, yeah, people power. National Salvation Mission to restore our unity. National Salvation Mission to restore our dignity. To bring us the rule of law and accountability. Social justice and the equal rights. To restore people dignity, establish a federal system. We believe in people power to restore our unity, to restore our rights. Nas Hua, people power. Nas Hua, people power. Nas Hua, yeah, people power. Nas Hua, yeah, people power. It's a time for South Sudanese, to rise up to fight for their own rights. We got to move this regime out of our way. General Thomas doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. National Salvation doesn't fight for position, but rather solution. Look at all opposition in Juba, they sign peace with no solution. Look at all opposition sign peace in Juba, they left with no solution. Make your decision, national salvation is the last solution. Make your decision, national salvation is the last solution. Nasgua, people power. Nasgua, people power. Nasgua, yeah, people power. Nasgua, yeah, people power.
Nazgua people power. My brothers and sisters, viewers of our diversity, we really want to appreciate you today, Sunday, the 30th of June 2024. Today we will have a guest of honor, is Ustaz Al-Hajj Paul. He will come and talk to us about the federalism with the focus on the historical dimension in the search for freedom in our country. So stay tuned, and we'll proceed soon as we actually can also, let's say, meanwhile sharing the room around with friends and other people as well. And we are live as well on YouTube, and I believe all of us will have a great moment with Ustaz Al Hajj very very soon. Yeah, shukran للحضور بتاعكم, and keep on sharing. Yeah.
I appeal to the African Union and the international community to immediately stop bloodshed and genocide in South Sudan. If you want sustainable peace, stand up for justice. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. The same people who kill people in Malakal. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Botown. The same people who kill people in Bentiu. The same people who kill people in Rumbek. The same people who kill people in Bibor. The same people who kill people in Kwajo. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Wowtown. For the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the court, international court. Hey, for the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the law, international law. For the genocide you have committed, get ready to face the law, international law. For atrocity on our people, get ready to face the court, international court. For the rape, looting and robbery, get ready to face the court, international court. For the killing women and children, get ready to face the law, international law. For kidnapping innocent people, get ready to face the law, international law. For detentions without trial, get ready to face the law, international law. For a progeny of important people get ready to face the law, international law. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. The same people who kill people in our will. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in our the same people who kill people in Yambio. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Juba town. The same people who kill people in Katikaji. The same people who kill people in Lokiliri. The same people who kill people in Magui. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Mundri. The same people who kill people in Mangala. The same people who kill people in Kondokoro. The same people who kill people in Lowe. The same people who kill people in Nungule. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na mutu ketiri. Anagalia Kwana non-gunmen, Gijibule na wajageliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na koreketiri. Anagali junubi non-gunmen, Gikatulu junubi kuyon. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na mutu ketiri. Anagalia Kwana non-gunmen, Gijibule na wajageliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na koreketiri. Anagali, non-gunmen, Gikatulu junubi kuyon.
Yeah, a non-gunman.
To the Lord, Zero, Arakungida, Lord Woman, Alinawara, Alinawara, just, Alina machine, give power. Ria, Karama, Ria, Tashobi, hey, Ashakuria, Matama Bahuda, Nasikabalele, Ashakagalate, Nasikabalele, Ashakarama, Mamatoro, Papa, Oria Biosulu, Nasikabalele, Ashakuria, Matama Bahuda, Nasikabalele, Ashakagalate, Nasikabalele, Ashakarama, Mamatoro, Papa, Oria Biosulu. People power, people power. People power, people power, people power. Nasikuwa, people power. Nasikuwa, Mama, oh, Uriabi Osulu. People power, Papa Mabikore. People power, Mama Mabikore. People power, Jera Mabikore. People power, Yal Mabikore. People power, Ashakula Saye. Papa, oh, Rio Sulu. That's what comes along. Comes along. That's what comes along. Desota karamo, karamo, desota karama. Musawa, 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 musawa. Ya Jamal, lambang gigani mabubunya saida tashunu. Nas begini fiduluma, duluma, duluma, duluma. Ya kan lamba de waskan, kede kasulubat na to, kede kulufu koja, kede wala u kede ina imude. Fire, fire, aja, 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 Nasi kabalele ashan kuria Imangara mabahuda Nasi kabalele ashan agalate Nasi kabalele ashan karama Kuma mutoro Babao Oria biwosulu Nasi kabalele ashan kuria Imangara mabahuda Nasi kabalele ashan agalate Nasi kabalele ashan karama Kuma mutoro Babao Oria biwosulu People power, people power, people power, Nasikuwa. People power, people power, Baba, we are the Wasulu. Nasikuwa, 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 people power, Nasikuwa, Nasikuwa. Mama, Uria biwosulu. C'est un motoro de coupe visera dans les coules. Le dans les affaires. Adala welu. Kamsira tanin, bilikomo ya tanin, ma bilikomo yo. Uria welu. Kan musarin tanin, besbi ayu lesiratani. Adala welu. Kan motor binazil besti jawa adala wenu asan kidan in sota huria sota karama sota adala mana panum kidi mana panum fiseri shafi rabi yade keden fisu mana panum kidi mana panum fiseri shafi rabi yade keden fisu mana pakala tamatini mana panum fiseri shafi rabi yade keden fisu ya mama matakore ya tapuka abidi permania ya papa matakore ya tapuka abidi permania nasi kabalele ashan kuria matara mabahuda nasi kabalele ashan adala nasi kabalele ashan karama kuma matoro baba o ya biwosulu nasi kabalele ashan kuria matara mabahuda nasi kabalele ashan adala nasi kabalele ashan karama kuma matoro baba o ya biwosulu. People power, people power, people power, Nasikuwa. People power, people power. Baba, ya biwosulu.
people power people power. الليلة ده يوم مهم جدا في جبهة الخلاص الوطني احنا بنستضيف اللي هو احنا بنسميه سيمبوزيوم او بقول له شنو ندوة آه، بخصوص الفدرالية. We are talking today regarding the federal system. So the National Salvation Front as an organization have this major political symposium under the slogan, with the federal system, we will build a safe and advanced state. So therefore today, my brothers and sisters, allow me to take this opportunity to host compatriot Ustaz Al-Hajj Paul. Today he is going to talk to us and explain about the federal system from the perspective of National Salvation Front, and he will directly speak from the federalism with the focus on the historical dimension in the search for freedom in our country. So he will be today with us, as we mentioned, and I'm sure for those who will be here from the beginning will benefit, and this will also give you an opportunity later on to ask question if you might have one or two questions to come up and ask, or even to send us some of your question. The National Salvation Front as a movement, it's also centered its objective that the solution for our situation in Republic of South Sudan, especially in the sector of the governance, that the federal system is the solution, since it became the popular demand for the people of South Sudan since 50s. So now we'll give a chance to our guest of honor today, Ustaz Al-Hajj Paul. So he's going to talk to us regarding the historical dimension of the crisis, for search for freedom in our country. And it's also related to shed light on the disadvantage resulting from the imposed certain political system on our people throughout our history of struggle, and linking it to our vision of federalism in National Salvation Front. So we'll give chance now to Dr. Al-Hajj or Ustaz Al-Hajj to for him first to address himself or to introduce himself, and then from there he will proceed. And please, for those who will come, just wait. Do not raise your hand until we will give a chance to you to raise your hand later, and then you will come up and ask question. But first, we have to give him a chance to give us his presentation, and then based on that, you will be able to ask your question. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your understanding. And I'll give chance now to Ustaz Al-Hajj Paul. You are welcome with us, and happy Sunday.
Thank you, Teresa, for the kind words. Appreciate it. And I'm honored for your introduction of myself. I would also like to greet our panel fellow panelist, Dominic. But most importantly, I'm honored to be speaking to the audience who mean a lot and who are also supportive of the room. And hopefully that I will be able to say something that will make them think about what our problem in South Sudan is, whichever way, whether it is in the negative or in the positive, because it is through interactions that we will be able to solve the problems of South Sudan and where we are at the moment. But this, of course, is being delivered in order to advance the objective of NAS, which in my view, and excuse me here, I'm going to be very honest with you as a member of NAS. I'm not impartial here today. I'm very partial because I'm speaking on behalf of NAS, and I also am a member of NAS, and hence I'm promoting NAS views. This is important for me to make sure that you know where I come from. When we are in other panels where we are neutral and impartial, it's important to maintain that. But here, speaking as a NAS member, and I believe in the ideology that NAS follows, which is that of federalism. And federalism is very important because it is a horizontal way of governance rather than vertical. Vertical governance has put us in a very difficult situation, which is top-down and has promoted a lot of difficult ethnic situations in our country. So hopefully you will be able to listen to what I'm going to say. In my presentation, I will first be talking about the historical situation of our country, and this is going to be going back to 19th, 20th century. But I will make sure that I keep within a brief in order not to bore you, but then at the end we will discuss, I will give you my perspective in depth about what federalism means to us and why we think it is the way forward. Okay, here I start. The title of our presentation today is The Historical Dimension of Search for Federal Freedom in Our Country. The history of South Sudan goes back to 1820 with the coming of the Turks to the Sudan. At the time, Southern Sudan did not include much of the southern part of the country. Literally, South Sudan was mainly Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal regions. The Turkish interest at the time was in slave trade and other associated items like elephant tusks, etc. So the period from 1820 to 1884, though is very important, I will not dwell much on it. Rather, I'm going to concentrate on the period from 1898 onwards. So in 1898, the British dispatched Lord Kitchener to the Sudan to defeat Mahdia and conquer the country again. 13 years earlier, that is around 1885, Muhammad Ahmad ibn Abdullah, who proclaimed himself as the Mahdi, which we in English is Messiah, managed to unite the tribes of North Sudan, and he gradually built a formidable force that defeated Turkish and the British in Khartoum on 26 January 1885. The British garrison was overwhelmed, and the British administrative representative, Mr. Charles George Gordon, was killed in that battle. This defeat seemed to have remained a sore wound to the British. So in October 1898, Lord Kitchener, in a battle of Omdurman, defeated the Dervish army of the Sudan under the Mahdist military leader Osman Digna. It is important to note that at this point, Sudan then did not include Equatoria and the Sultanate of Darfur, which had existed from 1603 until 1916. I wish to emphasize this point, that Equatoria was not part of Sudan, and the Sultanate of Darfur equally was not part of the Sudan. And the Sultanate of Darfur started from 17th century until early 20th century, which is 1916. Technically, Technically, Southern Sudan consisted of Upper Nile and Gaza. This northern part in region Sudanese was based on the fact that the indigenous people were not Muslims or did not believe in Islam. This was similar to the transatlantic slave trade carried out by the Europeans. If you remember, the transatlantic slave trade was basically a result of demand for labor in the new lands. And the new lands, of course, is America. And for production of cotton and sugar, they needed people and there were no people. And hence, slavery was promoted to take Africans to do the labor for the new settlers, the Europeans who settled in that new land. So, for them to enslave the Africans, it was necessary to dehumanize them. And dehumanizing the slaves meant that you have to put them below you by justifying that they are not human. So the Bible was first used for that, and eventually other ideologies, which I'll talk later deeply in here, were used to dehumanize the Africans who were transported across the Atlantic to do the job. So, following the defeat of the Mahdists in 1898 by Lord Kitchener, the British and the Egyptians signed a treaty in 1899. That is 1 year after the defeat of the Mahdi. A treaty was signed which proclaimed an Anglo-Egyptian condominium. That is a joint rule of Sudan by Egyptians and British. This new development, in my view, created three pillars of thoughts. First and foremost is the British colonial policy. Second, the defeated Sudanese resistance. And thirdly, the Egyptian view and interest. The colonial administration was seeking primarily to build Sudan as a producer of raw material, mainly cotton, to supply its industries in Manchester and the related areas. Thus, it worked to shape the borders of the Sudan. In doing that, the British entered into an agreement with King Leopold of Belgium to acquire Ladu Enclave, which was founded in 1894. The agreement stipulated that on the death of King Leopold, Ladu Enclave was to be taken over by the British. So when King Leopold died in 1909, the British took over the enclave and annexed it to the Sudan, creating Equatoria Province. Holt and Davy, in their book, The History of Sudan, argued that the Southern policy entailed both progressive separation of South and the fostering of particularism within it. As in the North, the aim of policy was the cessation or reversal of trends towards homogeneity. There has been seen in Southern policy as early as 1919 a British design for eventual political independence of South from the North. In North Sudan, the remnants of the defeated Mahdists who ran to Central Africa and the Sultanate of Darfur regrouped and attempted a comeback. The British colonial power defeated them, and they took over the Sultanate of Darfur, annexing it to the Sudan in 1916. This is the beginning of modern Sudan as we know it in maps. Darfur came to Sudan late in 1916 by force. And I think this is a very important point to note, because ultimately South Sudan could disappear like Darfur has disappeared if the management and governance of Sudan is not addressed. Secondly, the Northern Sudanese began resistance against the British by investing in education provided by the colonial power and having a dialogue about the future of the country. This was done in conjunction with the Egyptians, who were also fighting for their own independence. In North Sudan, the Mahdists sought to liberate the Sudan on national ground, and on the other hand, the Katmiya sought to unite with Egypt. Thirdly, the Egyptians claimed the Sudan to be part of Egypt. They cooperated with the Sudanese to resist British colonialism. This cooperation ignited two uprisings: the Egyptian uprising of 1919 and the Sudanese uprising of 1924. Both uprisings were put down by the British. Sharkey writes that Egypt's 1919 uprising reinforced the British conviction that Egyptians were a corrupting force in the Sudan. The British feared that Egyptians were able to exploit cultural ties of language and religion to spur anti-colonial sentiments and incipient nationalism among Sudanese. Through contacts built on the job in civilian, but especially in military capacities, the British response to the uprising was harsh. They imprisoned the ringleaders, executed few mutineers by firing squad, they expelled the Egyptians, and established Sudanese Defense Force. This practically by 1925, the condominium had come to an end, because once the British expelled the Egyptians, Sudan was no longer actually a condominium. It was only in name, but practically it was fully governed by the British as a colony. As with regards to 1924 Sudanese revolution, the British blamed two groups for whipping up trouble: Egyptians and as with regards to 1924 Sudanese revolution, the British blamed two groups for whipping up trouble: the Egyptian officials and the detribalized blacks. Now, this phrase, detribalized blacks, meant that people who lost their tribes and they no longer consider themselves having any tribes. And those are the Africans that were taken during the Mahdiya and during the Turco-Egyptian governance of Sudan. A lot of black people were taken to Egypt and then taken to North Sudan. Part of them are left in North Sudan, and those in Egypt were observed, and they became what is referred to here as tribalized blacks. The latter group consisted of those families originating in one of southern Sudan or Nuba Mountains who had been absorbed as Muslims. At the same time, the British singled out for punishment key figures of the White Flag League, and notably Ali Abdel Latif, who was born in 1892 and died in 1948. He actually died young, something like 50 years. And he was an Egyptian army officer, and they referred to him as a detribalized black of mixed heritage. His mother is a Dinka, but his father is a Nuba. And I think this is a point very important for people to note, because some people refer to Ali Abdul Latif as a Dinka, but he is not. He is a Nuba because we are a patrilineal society. He is a Nuba with a Southern Sudanese mother of Dinka descent. He received a prize-winning graduate. He was a prize-winning graduate of Khartoum Military College. The 1924 uprising also made the British to tighten the policy of closed district up to starve off influence from North Sudan. So, up to this point, Southern Sudan was not represented in the real sense of the word. In practical terms, it was not existent politically, and it had no voice or representation. The British decided for them what they thought in their mindset was befitting. Education in South Sudan had begun to take shape from 1922. The colonial administration opened up a number of primary schools, which by 1946 had produced some low-level officials. By the time, remember, the Second World War was winding up. During the war, nationalists all over Africa raised their demand for freedom, and the Sudan was on the same trajectory. The British found themselves under heavy pressure to decolonize for the following reasons. One, Egypt was using its position as a country holding British garrisons responsible for the protection of neighboring countries. It threatened to cancel the treaties it signed with Britain if it did not play. Second, the issue of Suez Canal. Third, the Second World War weakened the European countries which found themselves under American control. America at the time was supporting decolonization, and it put pressure on Britain to decolonize. Sharkey highlights the point by saying that World War II affected the nationalists in several ways. First, it heightened their awareness of European schisms and weakness and dispelled some of Britain's mystique. Secondly, it sharpened their confidence in administration. Wartime exigencies had called many Britons away, resulting in staff shortage that pushed the indigenous people into some senior positions. Finally, the Atlantic Charter of 1941, enshrining principles of self-determination, also gave nationalists the boost. With the above, Britain had no option but to prepare for decolonization of the Sudan. Thus, in 1949, it started the Sudanization policy to prepare for a handover of the country to the Sudanese. So Britain in 1947 scrambled to obtain the view of Southern Sudanese. Holt and Daly point out that in June 1947, in response to the recommendations of the Administrative Conference, Sir James Robertson, who had succeeded to the civil secretariatship on the death of Newbold in 1944, held a conference in Juba to discuss the future of the South and its role in the proposed legislative assembly. In a decisive statement on policy, Robertson indicated that South was inextricably bound for future development to the Middle East and Arabia and Northern Sudan, and that Southern people should therefore be equipped to take their places in future as socially and economically the equals of their partners of the Northern Sudan in the Sudan of the future. With this pronouncement, the fate of South at the time was sealed, as an inferior people to the northern Sudanese. With hindsight, the attitude of colonial administrators appears to have been clouded with racism. Europeans generally were influenced by racist theories over the centuries to the extent that it had become part of their culture and language. In 15th century, slavery of Africans was justified on the basis of religion. Even churches participated in the practice, despite the fact that it is against the teaching of Christianity. Eric Williams, in his book Capitalism and Slavery, argues that capitalism is responsible for slavery. However, in 18th century, Enlightenment era and the scientific revolution played a huge role in lending justification to Europeans to believe that black people are inferior. The fact that the colonial administration neglected the people of South Sudan and then abandoned them cannot be explained in any other way but through racism. Southern Sudanese, having been abandoned and literally not properly included in the Sudanization project, they found themselves hugely marginalized. By February 1954, out of 800 Sudanized posts, only 6 positions went to Southern Sudanese. According to Holt, the political decisions taken at the time of the Juba conference, that the South was inextricably bound to the North, seemed with Sudanization to be confirmed as a British abandonment feared by the Southern leaders. Soon after there was unrest. In July 1955, workers at the Anzare scheme demonstrated, and a number of them were shot dead by northern troops. The security situation deteriorated, leading to the major event of military mutiny in Torit on 18th August 1955. So, when the Sudan was getting its independence on 1st 1956, the seeds of North-South conflict was already shown. What Southerners wanted was not much. They called for federation to ensure that South Sudanese would be on equal status as their fellow Northerners. The Liberal Party, which was founded in 1956 by Abdurrahman Soleh, called for federalism, for federal system in the country, but this was ignored. Within 3 years of independence, the Sudan experienced political and economic instability. And this led to the overthrow of the allied government of Ummah and People Democratic Party by General Ibrahim Aboud on 17th November 1958. General Aboud's Islamic policies worsened the relationship between the North and South, giving rise to the rebellion that started in August 1955 to gain traction, leading to establishment of Anyanya movement. Initially, as in any other movement, Anyanya experienced teething problems. This was resolved when Joseph Lago, a young graduate of Khartoum Military College, took over the leadership following a call by leaders of South Sudan at the time. Lago, in his book, Sudan, Odysseus Rule, A State from Ruin to Hope, points out that he was on leave at home in Nimule when he received a letter from Joseph Oduho, who was the president of SANU, asking him to join the movement. The letter Oduho wrote reads, "We do not doubt your patriotism and nationalism. We know you would work for the cause of South, wherever you may be. But though we think it would be the most appropriate if you could join us straight away." Oduho's letter touched Lago's heart, and he responded to the duty to serve his people. He joined the Anyanya and led it. So while the war was raging in the bushes of South Sudan in 1964, William then broke away from SANU and returned to the Sudan to lead SANU inside. With the fall of General Aboud's government in October 64 and the events of 6 December 1964, where South Sudanese rioted in Khartoum due to rumors about Clement's arrival, leading to so many people losing their life. The case of South Sudan became an urgent issue for the government. As a result, consultation about a roundtable conference kicked off. So the roundtable conference opened in Khartoum on 16th March 1965. Representatives of all the major political parties of the Professionals Front, SANU, and other leading Southerners attended, with observers from Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, Algeria, Egypt, and Ghana. The conference was chaired by Vice Chancellor of Khartoum University, Professor Al-Nazir Dafalla. An opening address by the Prime Minister at the time placed the blame for the Southern problem on natural, geographical, and sociological factors, and especially, as he said it, on the evil of colonial policies of the British and the hypocritical European missionaries. The northern political parties, mindful of the impending elections, eschewed both intransigent insistence on northern supremacy and imaginative concessions to southern demand. They rejected federal system, and I repeat this, they rejected federal system and proposed a regional government for the South, which would effectively devolve control of education, public health, commerce, agriculture, policy, and internal security to the Regional Democratic Council under an executive. Sovereignty would be retained by the national government. With the failure of the Roundtable Conference, the war in South Sudan continued. However, as is the case in most organizations, Anyanya experienced internal difficulties in 1966 and 1969. But all these problems, it withstood the negative pressures, and in February 1972, under the mediation of World Council of Churches in Addis Ababa, it struck a deal with the government of General Jafar Nimeri. That the agreement granted South Sudan a regional autonomy with its headquarters in Juba. During the implementation of this agreement, South Sudan was subjected to vicious divide and rule environment by Khartoum and their agent, Mr. Abel Aller, which created deep tribal divisions. Equatoria, having gotten fed up from tribalism, sought decentralization under the banner of Kokora, and the Arabs applying divide and rule granted it. This angered the people of Mr. Abel Aller. After a decade, Khartoum abrogated the Addis Ababa Agreement in 1983, giving rise to emergence of a new movement, the SPLM-SPLA. While SPLM-SPLA fought the Khartoum regime under the slogan of New Sudan, structurally, it was constructed tribally. After 22 years of resistance to Arab rule, SPLM and NIF struck another agreement referred to as Comprehensive Peace Agreement, which led to the independence of South Sudan in 2011. This agreement empowered both SPLM, SPLA, and the NIF at the expense of the people in North Sudan as well as in South Sudan. This agreement consolidated power to the tribalists in South Sudan and the Islamists in North Sudan. So 2 years after independence of South Sudan, the country reverted to war. This has been ongoing to date. So the question is, what are the solutions for the country? We see from our history, short brief history narrated above, that it is important to acknowledge difference and find workable solutions to keep a country safe. South Sudan is not safe currently, and it needs to be rescued. During the British colonial time, it was clearly acknowledged that South Sudan was different from North Sudan, and the British introduced policy for governing the two parts of the country separately. The Northern Sudanese ignored the unique situation of South Sudan, and it proceeded to implement racist and unitary Islamic policies. This tore the country apart and led to breakup of Sudan. Had they implemented federalism, perhaps the Sudan would not have split up. Today in South Sudan, tribalism has taken root, and this is impacting the country negatively. Like in the Sudan, the majority of the people are calling for federal system, but the tribal rulers are refusing it. With South Sudan refusing to adopt federalism, will it withstand the coming revolt and the growing sentiment of separation within South Sudan? Think about it and don't be in denial. It is a duty. Okay, this is my presentation. I want to draw you to some important parallels. During the colonial period, South Sudan and North Sudan were governed differently, and there was peace. South Sudanese were disadvantaged, they were not educated, and South Sudan was not developed, as opposed to North was developed and also educated. Sudan got independence on 1st, 56. 3 years, which is in 1958, a military coup took over, simply because from 1956 to 1958, the country was in turmoil. Compare that to South Sudan. We got independence in 2011. 2 years down the line, we are back in war. So there is some comparison there between Sudan and South Sudan. The governance and the behavior of politicians. Now, we again, as the people in the north, were divided. And that division ate into the political interest of the north. The issue of the Katmia sect or the DUP want union with Egypt, and the Ummah Party and the nationalists want an independent Sudan. That dynamics also played a role. We in South Sudan, saying we were governed differently, we are racial, we are Black Africans, we are Christians. We want federalism so that we can govern ourselves in a country, in one country with Sudan, with the northern people governing themselves as they want, and we will have one government which will make us live happily. Federalism simply means the governance of this decentralization of powers and allowing people to manage their affairs. Abdurrahman Saleh with his party, the Liberal Party, and both Diop and Sanu all wanted federalism. Khartoum said, no, we don't want it. What are the parallels with South Sudan now? We in NAS see the problems, draw from our history, say for South Sudan to remain united, because we want it to be united, we want the country to be managed federally, so that every people can be in their area, live happily, govern themselves, and we meet in the towns. It doesn't mean we are not going to be mixing. We will mix, just like people mix in America, people mix in Switzerland, people mix in Australia, all federal systems people mix. There is nothing wrong with a governance system that will bring peace. Now, the rulers in Juba are behaving like the Arabs in 1950s and 60s, denying a better way of self-governance and of managing the people and of bringing peace. So you can see the parallel. Now, the people, we in South Sudan, when we were fighting for our rights, the central government in Khartoum was killing us, was doing all horrible things to us. What's the parallel with South Sudan? Again, in South Sudan now, we have the central government in Juba, the ethnically led government in Juba, killing all the other people of South Sudan and maintaining themselves as the Arabs. That's another thing. All agreements to bring a workable systems have not worked. History tells us clearly that people cannot be governed by force. Governing people by force brings chaos. The latest example which we have right now, at the moment going on, is Kenya. You have seen how people have come to the streets demanding that the person who's ruling now must leave. Although they are not calling for federalism, okay, but I'm highlighting this because it shows that when the people don't want you in power, as 90% of South Sudanese don't want the tribal system in power in Juba, and they want federalism, the best thing for coexistence and for saving the country from destruction is to implement federalism. We in NAS are fighting for a united Sudan, which is federally governed so that all of us live happily and develop our country. There are more advantages to that. The more we govern ourselves separately and come to the center, the more our country will prosper, the more we will begin to learn ourselves. And in the long run, we will have a peaceful country. Let me end up here, and any other questions later I can answer. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for your patience.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Ustaz Al-Hajj Paul, for this clear and beautiful, presentation. You started from way back, from even far 1829 and even further than that. And you stated how even Sudan itself as a country become together, like the areas like Darfur and Equatoria was not part of Sudan. This is a history that many people might not actually know this, because Darfur actually joined in 1990, like you explained. I mean, in 1916. And not only that, even Darandoka, which is Soldar and Masalit, also joined Sudan, as lately. That was uh, in 1990. This is how Sudan actually started to form, and then Equatoria itself, that was also part of the the leading of Belgium's, also joined. So also joined. Later on, was actually annexed by the British, in late 1914, or even 10 years. And this is due to how the colonial were also, forcing us together as people, based on the way how they have divided, Africa itself. So you actually stated a lot of historical background in the search of our people, or let's say the people of South Sudan here, searching for for freedom. Yeah. The other part that I want to also stay here, maybe to ask you, Ustaz Al Hajj. Now the NAS is coming with, and also emphasizing in the federal system as a solution, and you also confirm this here in your presentation. But yet, someone might come and say that some other movement, like such as SPLM-IO, maybe have federal system in their vision as well. How can you explain that, Dr. Ustaz Al-Hajj? Yeah.
Thank you, Teresa. I think with SPLM, it's a clear case. John Garang, in his book, The Call to Democracy, is it? Just a moment, let me pull it up from my library. Sorry about this. John Garang's book, The Call for Democracy in Sudan, John Garang, edited and introduced by Mansour Khalid, was very clear about the objectives of SPLM-SPLA. John Garang wanted a united new Sudan, in between quotes, new Sudan. And his explanation is that that new Sudan should be like the United States, a country where everybody goes in and melts in there and becomes one America. He saw a Sudan in his vision whereby everybody goes in there and become a Sudanese. So basically, to use the words of they use the words of the British at the time of colonization. They want to detribalize people, for people to forget about their tribes and become one Sudanese. So, and in his statements, which he used to say, we want multicultural, multi-religious, multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi. So Garang was looking for a united state which provides freedom to every person, regardless of who his tribe, religion, or whatever. But that state, the way he has articulated it all in his statements and arguments, did not foresee a federal system. The closest he went into that was when he spoke of, when he used, what is it called? Venn diagram. When he used Venn diagram, where he said the North and South can rule themselves differently, and then the middle can either shrink completely and lead into separation, or the middle can grow and later swallow itself and become one state. So he gave an explanation of how two conflicting groups of people and regions can either become one or can separate. And he did not put in the middle anything like, okay, we could have a South, which is federal, and a North, which is federal, with a federal organ at the top. He didn't will always be possible if these are states, nations that come together in a confederal system. Then there must be a certain form of a political system that really needs to govern them. But looking from your historical presentations, it seems like you are able to tell us that we were, first of all, we were different people, but we are either constructed through coercion or of a form of a defeat, or we were being brought together, by the virtue of colonialism. So if you can tell us, and compare the notes between, other places in a different, world, and we decide to say that federalism is not like what the Jaba are saying, a good model of a government, because we lack those semblances, or we just wanted to be oblivious of the fact that we were once people that were been living different in our forms of rudimentary ways of living, but we are constructed together. Because you talk of the Darfur state that becomes part of Sudan in around 1916, or something like that, the Ladu enclave, and other parts that are not part and parcel of South Sudan. So where does this leave us, for example, with federalism and a model of a system that can be able to unite all these different divergent groups and set of people? Now, this is question number one. The other thing that I wanted to really ask you is that, again, you argue that, from the perspectives of those of the Liberal Party, they want a form of a governance system that will wanted to unite us, because we are different in terms of social, cultural, religious backgrounds. Now, where does this, when you look into South Sudan, we also have the same, divisions. Again, ours is also marinated with tribalism. But where does that leave us if we are to look to South Sudan and forge a way for a stable and an advanced nation? Where does that leave us? Because you have rightfully said that you cannot definitely put people or administrate them by force. So is federalism a fallacious kind of ideology that may not really play to us so very well in our political course? And therefore, if we are to shape an advanced country, will that also help us or not? Because then we can be able to, rest assured that if we are to implement federalism, then we will have a stable nation. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Dominic. This is a very important question. Thank you for. Okay, let's start. We start from a premise that federalism is a decentralized governance system. Yes, there are many schools of federalism. yours is one side that you've just asked about, and there are many others. But let's go by observations. Historically, Europe developed on the basis of the nation state. And it's important to define nation state. When we talk of the European nation state, which goes back to BC, we are talking about one people who speak one language, people who have one culture, and people who have one belief. And these people, they live in their smaller states. That is why the term nation state. It is a state of one nation, of one people sharing the same language, the same culture. As a result, you have France, the nation of the French people, Britain, although Britain is not a nation now, but it has 4 nations in it. It has Scotland, Scottish, Irish, Welsh, and English, and so on and so forth. Now, the argument that you put forward which you propose, has realities. When federalism in Europe came up, and specifically, let me take the example of Switzerland. It actually, the way federalism in Switzerland is based on nations, because Switzerland encompasses the German nation, the Italians, French, and there are other nations. So the federalism in Switzerland works nicely because it's those nations. But also there is federalism as in Canada, which is what I'm looking towards. Or the federalism in America, it's what I'm looking towards. Okay? It is a federalism where different groups of people can live together based on their understanding. And when you bring that to South Sudan, we are nations, not one nation. And due to that, we also have got historical ties in our regions. Just as I have said in my earlier explanation, Equatoria came into Sudan in 1910. Equatoria has existed among themselves. They've developed their own ways, even to the extent that they've got a language called Juba. They can communicate. They live happily among themselves. They can exist by themselves. Okay? And Upper Nile has existed for millennia. Okay? As I say, they also among themselves have found ways of coexisting. And same with Bahar Ghazal. So at the moment in South Sudan, because of these differences, the cultural differences, it is appropriate that we have a federal system so that each group's ways of living is protected. And with each group's ways of living is protected, they will all be able to contribute to the development of the country wholly. Hence, in South Sudan, I do not see any difficulties in implementing federalism where Equatoria, as we know it historically, as of 1956, as a region, as a province,
and where Upper Nile as a province, and where Bahar Ghazal is as a province, be three separate states, federal states, be three separate federal states, self-governing, but supervised by an overarching body, which is federal government, which supervises all and which is managed by all. That is the solution to South Sudan. And I think this type of federalism, as I said, Australian one, in Australia, different people went there and started living together. Just like for us in South Sudan, we have all been brought in by colonialism. It wasn't our wish to be in South Sudan or to be part of South Sudan. We were forced by external forces, by dynamics beyond us. But we can make the best out of it by crafting a system which makes each and every person to be a citizen, respected and enjoying the fruits of that country. And that is why we in NAS say the only way forward for South Sudan is federalism. If federalism is not implemented, we are likely to face a situation like what the Arabs have faced. People will fight. Nobody is going to buckle and accept the tribalism which is in Juba, or accept a central government which only benefits one group and another group. We do not want to be in a system whereby we have another central government, a centrally managed government, which comes and then is manipulated by the person who's at the top, whether he's a Bari, whether he's a Kakwa, whether he's a Luo, whether he's a Nwer, whether he's what, to continue the current system. We don't want that. This should be the last type of government in South Sudan. We should consign it into the dustbin, and we should accept to be as equal respectfully, because there is nothing wrong with federalism. Why are people afraid of federalism? We need people to tell us. Those ones who say they don't want federalism, let them justify. In this current situation, whereby centralized government is not working and is allowing certain ethnic group to ride on the back of it to abuse the others. Any logical person will see that the way forward is federalism. The absence of that, and I just want to say, it will be difficult to stop South Sudan from disintegrating. And in that situation, certain people can make a strong case to be away from Sudan, given historical information and the way we have come together, because we can't be held together. So, although federalism in other places are based on nations, such as in Australia, but also there is federalism that works depending on the way how people govern, that will encompass different people living in different places, accepting that let's just have this. It's only a governance way of making each and everybody happy. So we've got examples of that. United States itself, we've got Canada, we've got Australia, we've got many others. Even Nigeria. Nigeria has got 36 states. It's working. Nobody's complaining. People juggle around it. Why not? We can make that. So I see that we should not close our mind. Let us be open. But for those people who want to justify a unitary system like now, they need to convince us, because we have seen it did not work in Sudan. It's not working in now. And the likelihood that another tribalist will take the government next tomorrow and will create havoc. We can't go into that. That needs to be put to an end. And I think I support the NAS view, the NAS policies, and I hope that that becomes the reality, because we will see peace in Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. In other words, federal system as a model of federal system for South Sudan. This is what NAS is subscribing to. But if you looked at the 1947, and you have rightfully said that the British were actually scrabbling for the views of South Sudan. And history will tell us that South Sudanese were represented, but not with people of the same levels and caliber. And such, there was this cheat. And 1949, when they started the Sudanization, finally allocate positions, South Sudanese found themselves having only 6 or 9. But if you now compare notes and contrast between the refusal of federalism per se, because South Sudanese were demanding for federalism and the establishment in the north are refusing it. And they say no federalism in one nation, federalism means separations. But now the establishment is here, because this is the fears of these people, that if South Sudanese go for federalism, they may separate or secede. And maybe because of the cheat that is during the time of the 1947 Juba conference, so they know very well that South Sudanese were just taking a political right. But the same people that are now demanding federalism, some of them are refusing federalism. What could be the fears? If you can tell us from your own readings. Is it the same fears that the Jalaba were fearing those days? Or it is just a kind of adamancy or political adamancy? Or it is actually things having to do with corruption, things. Let the people understand. Let the people of South Sudan try to understand as to why is it that the same people that demanded federalism and fought a protracted war for all these years will come, at the 11 hours and say, well, we don't also want federalism, and their justification does not even add waters. Thank you so very much. So Teresa, then you can take the room from there and give those who are coming to ask questions. And thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Ustaz Al-Hajj, you can go on, please.
Thank you, Dominic, for another good question. Okay, the answer to that is not complicated. When we were calling for federalism, as an oppressed people, we were genuine about it because we were trying to stop Arabization and Islamization. In a federal system in Sudan, had it been implemented, the northern Sudanese would not be able to impose their views on us. And that is where it is very important, why federalism is important. Because federalism allows you to be who you are and do what you want to do, which is real freedom. Another person cannot impose on you because you are protected by the power of federalism. That is structure of federalism. But if we had accepted federalism, we will definitely not have Sharia in South Sudan. We will still allow anybody who wants to profess their religion do it, and we will allow people to behave as they want. And those in the north, if they
want to exercise Sharia and they want to do what, that is, they are free to do that. So if Southern Sudanese go to the north, they will have to abide by the rules in that state. And equally, when they come to South Sudan, they would have to apply that. But the issue why the Northern Sudanese did not want it is because of ideology. You know, the Islamic ideology is that of Ummah. Ummah cannot be broken up. The ideology of Ummah is you constantly build it up. You build Ummah up, unity every day until you get the entire world to become the Ummah under one Imam. So the ideology of Islam does not have a place for federalism, because it is all of us have to be under God, and if the Imam is representing God, then we cannot say we don't want Imam's rule. So that is the Sudanese, why the Sudanese could not accept federalism, is because they were aspiring to build an Islamic state, which eventually they did, and it broke down. But it is that fallacy that made them not to accept tribalism. Equally, in South Sudan, we have one group of people who believe that they are superior. And hence, being superior, they are not going to be ruled by other people, but they must be the ones to rule all the time. And you must be subject to what they want. Now, basically, these are people who are imperial-minded, colonialist in nature. And you can see the evidence. They've extended and expanded. They have got expansionist policies. They've displaced people from their natural environment, grab people's land, not peacefully, but by force. And colonialism is all force. It's the weak, the stronger survives, the weaker dies. And colonialism is all about grabbing. So they believe that since they have the state power in their hands, they can build what they believe in, which is that they are superior to all of you, which is that this country is theirs, which is that they can displace you. This is where the problem of federalism is with the people in power in South Sudan. They see a South Sudan which is belonging to them, excluding the others. Hence, they cannot visualize themselves living equally with the others. They've got supremacist views. Now, most people who are supremacist do not want federalism. They can only accept federalism when they are in a weaker position, when there are other stronger communities and stronger groups, and they see themselves weak. They will quickly jump into federalism because they will want to see themselves governing themselves. And this is the situation. So in South Sudan, it is the ideology of supremacy and the ideology of the strong decides and imposes what they want. There is no room for the weak. It is a clash of ideology. South Sudanese, who have now become like the Arabs, want to impose themselves on the rest. Hence, federalism will not allow them that. And for us, we want federalism to stop this type of people and also to allow development and allow people to live happily. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you so much. You have answered it precisely. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ustaz Al-Hajj, for this great presentation and also the answers that you gave here. To remind our people again that we are hosting Ustaz Al Hajj based on the symposium of NAS, you know, you know, it's like NAS organization has this major political symposium here under the slogan because Ustaz Al Hajj is not going to be the first person he to speak regarding this important topic here of the governance system, federalism. But then later we'll host also three others, not today, but in these following weeks. So we just started with Ustaz Al Hajj, and he's speaking from the historical dimension of the crisis for the searching for freedom in our country. And of course, federal system is always been the center of National Salvation Front. Uh, Not only that, National Salvation Front on the on 2020, year 2020, has actually approved the on 9 February the federal document. We are not saying that we want to claim this, but we are the movement that actually come clearly with a full document of uh, of federalism. And then again on the 27th of October 2020, it was really released on the public, and therefore that's why NAS is actually strongly talking about the federal system. As now, Ustaz Al Hajj has narrated a lot of this search for freedom for our country, and how also the colonial manipulated everything until we reached in South Sudan, and then again the war erupted, and we could not find a solution for ourselves. So therefore, NAS as an organization with all its structures thought that a federal system is the solution. As for governance in central in South Sudan, federalism has been a key demand of our people over the past few decades, and it is a historical quest for our people since before independence in 1956, and it's continued in the past. And in 2011, independent South Sudan federal system therefore forms as an important pillar of the National Salvation Front, aim to build a state that is accommodative for our diversity, regardless of gender, religion, or ethnicity. A genuine, well intended, and well implemented federal system of the government, and will go a long way towards building a participative, people based democratic system that will address many of root causes of conflict in our country. Many countries around the world govern under some form of federal system and are reaping its fruit, top of which is continue of sustained peace. Therefore, NAS also takes governance seriously as its prerequisite of progress. Using the wrong system of the governance is like building a house on a weak, unstable foundation. This is the importance of for dedicating time to producing this document that we are talking about of National Salvation Front. It is very important for us. Okay, that's why genuinely seeking the lasting solution, and solution that work for a promotion of our unity and diversity, peace and stability and prosperity, for all solution that will reclaim our country from a base that is has fallen into. So therefore, when you are talking like that, NAS is always, focusing that, is calling for federal system based on the 10 state that we inherited from our independence in 2011. And then the rest, the people of South Sudan will decide. This is what Ustaz Al Hajj has stated here all this time, and I'm just also adding to it based on our document that he was also, focusing more on it, as he stated from the beginning that he will not talk here as Al-Hajj, but also as, a member of National Salvation Front. So I want to appreciate everyone, and I can see that we have brother here, Brother Ding. If you have a question for Ustaz Al-Hajj based on our topic, please do so. Open your mic. You're welcome. Ding Cow, you're here. Brother Ding. For those who want to join the stage, please just raise your hand. We have open hand raise. You can come and ask your question while Ustaz Al-Hajj is here to respond to your question. Yeah.
اوكي دكتور سارة، انا بسلم عليك وانا بسلم على الحاج كمان والمستمعين كلهم وجنوب السودان كلهم في الخارج وفي الداخل وفي كل مكان. يعني انا بسلم عليهم ونتمنى انه ربنا يلمنا في جنوب السودان بتاعنا واحده.
ممكن تنقي الصوت في ازعاج عندك هناك، ممكن تنقي الصوت اول.
اوكي هاي كويس. هاي المهم انا بسلم عليكم مره اخرى، والتوبيك ده توبيك يعني عاجبني شديد شديد، ولكن بس انا عارف مع المراهن ومع البقار بجاي في جندوب، بس في البوتيه بتاعنا صغير بجاي. فانا عايز اشارك معكم في قضيه بتاعكم الوطنيه ده. الوطن ده بتاعنا كله، سواء كان الناس في جندوب بجاي مع البقار ولا انتم في مدينه هناك. جنوب السودان ده بتاعنا كلنا طبعا. فانا سؤال بتاعي للحاج، السؤال بتاعي كالاتي. انا في مالبوغار بجاي، انا ما بنعرف انه انتم في المدينه يعني البرنامج بتاعكم بتحكمون بطريقه بتاعت ديمقراطي اوتوكراتيك، سبيشال البرنامج بتاعكم بتاع الفيدراليزم. لكن احنا الفيدراليزم ده احنا في مالبوغار ده احنا ما عارفين كان بتاع فيدراليزم. what is federalism? So we need to be dismantled. We need us to be full civic education about federalism عشان نعرف في مالبوغار مع بوغار بتاعنا ده، عشان نقدر نفهم الفيدراليزم ده وشنو، عشان so that we can support it. So إذا كان حاجة كويس لكل الناس، لأهلنا في إكواتوريا، أهلنا في أبا نايل وفي بحر غزال ولكلنا الجنوبيين، ما عندنا مشكلة. لكن لو بكون فيدراليزم ما بيخلي إنه نويراوي ولا دينكاوي يمر بإكواتوريا يمشي يوغندا ولا يمشي كينيا، يهودا نحن بكون عندنا يعني تخوف مني شوية، لأنه أننا we have an experiences of this around 2016 to 17. There's difficulties for those non-Equatorian who are passing from Juba to other areas like EA to Congo, like Juba to Nairobi or to Uganda. They are facing some problems there. So the federalism is like an hassle now. وقلنا دكتورة سارة خلاص يا جبنا حاكم لغليل بتاع إكواتوريا. هل سهي دينكو ونوار بمروا سهي بمشوا يوغندا ولا بمشوا كينيا؟ اوكي لو بمروا بمشوا هناك ده خلاص يا ده فيدراليزم الفيو بليز ده يا كويس. لكن ده لانه فيدراليزم
No, it's okay. Tagba, it's okay. It's okay.
You talk as a dinka. What is that story? No, I'm not.
No, just wait. No, focus أسأل سؤالك. دقيقة دين أسأل سؤالك ما في مشكلة. تكبر just mute yourself brother. Thank you. أسأل سؤالك بس وضح سؤالك، ركز السؤال. شكرا.
خلاص السؤال بتاعي ده نحن دايرين full information about federalism. إن شكله بكون كيف أننا في جندورة نفهم بينه ده كلام ده ما في side effect. Number 1. Number 2 إذا كان لو حصل I will be free our student to pass through Equatoria to go to East Africa so that to attend their schools. That is all about.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, then. Yeah, it's nice to have a dialogue on this. And just let me be very frank with you. You've asked a philosophical question, but I will do all my best to answer you, giving you many examples. Federalism is a decentralized ways of governance, whereby you allow regions in the country
Ustaz
to govern
Al-Hajj,
themselves.
Ustaz Al-Hajj,
Yes,
there is a possibility you can speak to him in Arabic so he can understand the answer.
okay. Some of the terms might be difficult for me, but
No worries, just feel free. Yeah.
So then, you've said that you are now in a morale looking after a cow. That is good. We need cows to give us milk. And you are doing a good job by looking after them. What we want to do is that we want to make sure that the cows you are looking after are also protected from cattle hustlers, so that nobody comes and steals your cow and nobody comes and disrupt your way of life. You know, we want your morale to be peaceful. And how your morale can be peaceful is if we give you the power to look after the area of your morale. We will tell you that then, supposing, and I'm just here presuming that you are a Dinka from Bor. Supposing if you are in Bor with your cattle and everything, we're saying, then we want you to be safe. We want your cow to be safe. We make sure that you govern the Bor area. Nobody can come from Equatoria to disturb you. But if somebody is coming from Equatoria to your area, he's not prohibited. He's free. Can come to your area, but he must not break the laws that you make. When you then make laws in your Mura, the Equatorian cannot come and break those rules. And equally, when you come to the Equatorian who's having a farm, you cannot break those rules and make your cow to eat the maize or the grain that he has cultivated. So there is respect. You can travel, visit each other, but you will have to respect the laws of the area you are in. So this is federalism in the simplest form. You referred to 2016, saying that in 2016, people cannot travel because Equatorians or others don't want them. But then we do not have federal system. You cannot quote experience from the current unitary system and impose it on federalism. If by 2016 we had a federal system, the government of Equatoria is obliged by law to protect anybody in Equatoria, South Sudanese or not, even foreigners. And also the government of Upper Nile or Bahar Ghazal are obliged by law to protect any Equatorians who's traveling there. So there will be law and order. Now, regarding dissemination of information about federalism, I think it's a duty on all of us to enlighten our people, to tell our people the truth about federalism and the truth about federal systems, because this is a way that is going to help us get out of these difficulties. Federalism does not in any way prohibit somebody from going anywhere in the country. What prohibits people is that when you are in another area, you must respect the laws of that place. And the laws of that place is not going to be different from the laws in your place anyway, because the federal government, which governs all the regions, will, by necessity, impose respect for the rules and laws that are generally made by the federal government, which then will be disseminated. And each region will make rules locally to them, but based on simple principles directed from the top. So it is important that you also tell the people in Mora what governing system is and how beneficial is it to you, because it will protect your cows and it will protect your Mora and you will live happily. And also it will allow me to look after my farm. I'll protect my produce, which I survive on, and we all live happily. It will not allow you, what federalism will not allow is that you are not going to be able to come with a gun to my place and try to make your cows, feed your cows on my produce, my cultivated plants by force, because there will be different police system, there will be different law system, which will stop you from doing lawlessness in another area. I think this is the simplest way I can say it to you. Thank you.
Yeah. شكرا أستاذ الحاج. يعني ببساطة يا أخوي دين، بقر بتاعك ده وجودك مع بقر بتاعك ده مهم في ظل النظام الفيدرالي. ووجود بتاع زول المزارع برضو مهم، لأنه إنتوا الاتنين بتقدموا إنتاج لبلد. إنت بتجيب لبن وجلد وزبدة وزرارة، ده بيساهم في بناء بتاع الدولة. إنت بتكون منتج. يلا الزول في الولاية بتاعه عنده بقر بسيط ده، إنت بتديه إنتاج ده. يلا المزارع في الولاية بتاعه ما عنده بقر كتير ده، وبيشيل خضروات اللي زرعه ده وبيجيبه لك. يعني فدرال سيستم هيحمي بقر بتاعك، وهيجيب تطعيم لبقر بتاعك ذاته، وهيجيب بوليس لمحل بتاعك تكون آمن، ما في زول حرامي بيجي يسرق بقر بتاعك. ده نظام فدرالي. يعني ببساطة النظام الفدرالي بيحافظ لكل الثقافات والتقاليد والاقتصاد، أو المنتج المهم في بلد في منطقة معين بيكون عنده خصوصية كويس. يعني أنت ممكن كان أنت جاي داير تجيب بقر بتاعك في السوق، أنت بتحط فيه وسيلة معينة يجيب بقر بتاعك ده. ده بيكون فيه مهمة بتاعه. أهم حاجة في النظام الفدرالي إنه أي زول يكون قاعد في محل بتاعه. أنت كان داير تجي في مدينة، أنت بتجي عادي أنت بتقعد. أنت كان مشيت قعدت في محل بتاع زول تاني، أنت بتقعد هناك حسب قانون بتاع محل بتاع هناك ده. أنت كان أنا جيت في محل بتاعك، أنا بقعد حسب دستور قانون. طبعا كل ولاية بيكون الدستور بتاعه، لكن الدستور بيلم أنا كله ده في سنتر هناك اسمه الدستور الفيدرالي، بيلم فيدراليات ده كله. يعني بيلم ولايات ده كله تحت قطاع واحد بيسموه الدستور الفيدرالي في المركز. لكن ولايات ده أي ولاية لازم بيشوف التقاليد والثقافات اللي عنده هناك، وبيكتب الدستور بتاعه حسب تقاليد والثقافات اللي هناك ده أو كلام في زول بيمنعك. الفيدرالية ده ما في زول بيمنعك. يا أهم حاجة إنك شنو تحترم القانون. يا شكرا كتير. نمشي برضو في أنا شايف أستاذ بوسمان هو موجود فوق، بكون عندك سؤال اتفضل.
شكرا مولانا Teresa. Thank you. Today's topic is really wonderful, by the way. We have learned a lot, and the credit goes to Dr. Al-Haj. Dr. Al-Haj, thank you so much. We learned a lot from the history historical fact starting mid-1900 and up to now. Really, it was wonderful presentation, by the way. And I'm sure learn a lot. And thank you. And this is the type of room that we really want to educate South Sudanese who are country diaspora, well, Sudan. The question that I need to ask, it's two questions, by the way, just short question. Now, after presentation with federalism, how is going to be applied for Dawla as University of Sudan, Muslim? Dawla become dictatorial with a system that is controlled by one ethnic tribe. And the security sectors, one ethnic tribe, and also at Tali for University of Sudan, our people are not educated. Let's say maybe 60% of South Sudanese are illiterate or really need help. So how are we going to introduce, how are we going to introduce federalism للشعب الجنوبي القاعدين في مرازي ما قال أخونا قبل شيء والناس القاعدين في rural area وفي أماكن زي دي. How are we going to introduce federalism to them? And بشيل كم زمن for us to apply that system. هل بشيل معنا 5 years, 10 years from now? And how is it going to work? Those are the questions that I need to ask Dr. Alhaj. Thank you, Maulana Teresa. نسمع من Dr. Alhaj رأي شنو في أسئلة ده. Thank you.
Thank you, Bosman. It's a good question. How will we introduce federalism, given that we have got an ethnic system in place? NAS began to talk about federalism a couple of years ago. They have developed blueprint for it, which is available in their website. Anybody can access that. And also we have a duty to disseminate our policies on federalism. And I hope that by me saying this, you will be able to access NAS website and have a look at the policy. But your answer to your question is simple. Federalism has been in our vocabulary since 1947, actually. When Lolik said that we are not the same with the Arabs, we want to be a bit separate. And in 1953, Abdurrahman Soleh started it. 1964, William Deng and Sanu supported it. So it has been in existence, but rightly, as you said, it has not been disseminated effectively. Today, we are talking about federalism. It is part of that process of spreading the knowledge about federalism, is about enlightening people. Now, any society will not grasp things straight away. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's slow. But once the enlightenment is enough, and once people know, it will be the people who will bring the change. The tribal system will not stop the people from demanding what they want. Take Kenya, now has been peaceful for 61 years. People kept tolerating. And then all of a sudden, today I saw a clip from Nairobi
whereby when you look at the sea of people on the street, I've never seen anything like that. Not even the Khartoum demonstrations. It was something phenomenal. That is what happens in societies. When people are determined because they are informed and aware of their needs, nothing will stop them. The tribal system in Juba equally will face a situation like what is going in Nairobi sooner or later, because human beings have got a limit of tolerance. Let's take another example. 1979. The revolution of Iran took place under similar situation. The Shah was very strong, and nobody would have imagined that he would face difficulties. But he did. And so he was undone by the people, as Bashir was undone by the people. And now Ruto is on the way. I don't see that Ruto will survive, will be undone by the people. And I know our rulers in Juba tell us that they don't have plastic bullets. Well, I saw a lot of clips from Nairobi whereby the people were going towards those aiming at them, shooting at them, and saying in Swahili, "Who are two? Who are two?" means kill. Just go on, kill us, kill us. That is a message that melts. Even the most hardened killer will have to think twice. And today is still the demonstration going. The tribal system in Juba will be resisted, will be faced in different ways, and they will have to be removed from power, whichever way. It's a must. We're going to remove them. And they're not going to stay there for long. They are just wasting their time because of ignorance. They believe they will be, but they will not. And the signs are good at the moment. Economically, South Sudan is breaking down because there is no export for oil. If this situation continues for the next 6 months, the situation will be so dire that the protectors of the system, the security people themselves, will rebel against their tribal system, because their tribal system will not feed them. And when they are not fed, their anger will be directed at them. So we need to prepare ourselves now, hence this symposium and many others that will come. We need to be talking about federalism so that we prepare for the coming change. The change is coming, like it or not, it's coming. And we must be prepared for that. So nothing on this earth is strong forever. The current tribal system is at its tail end. And the more we work together as brothers, the more we will lessen any future negative events like people being shot and things like that. We need to tell them the people that they're killing are our brothers and sisters, and it cannot be the right thing. They will change. They know. What is very sad is that many people do not talk about. A lot of the army are committing suicide daily. A good number of them are shooting their families and shooting themselves out of desperation. It is so sad. These are people who have worked hard for this system, but they are killing themselves. And yet the system doesn't see that it is now coming undone. It's just a matter of time. So we are in a struggle, Bossman. Let us keep it up.
this system will go, South Sudan will be a good country. I have no doubt in my mind that South Sudan will be a beautiful place to live in. I have no doubt. I know it will. This, whatever is going on now, is temporary. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ustaz Alhaj. I just want to, because Brother Ding, when he came here, he called me Dr. Sarah. My name is Teresa. I'm not a doctor. I just want to correct this narration here. So let me also welcome, the new people who want to join the stage. And thank you, Brother Bosman, for your question. Let's go to Brother Togba. Is it Togba? I hope I pronounce the name correctly. Toyota, maybe you have a question to Ustaz Alhaj. The floor is yours. Go on.
It's like two Japanese names, yeah, but these are code names. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alhaj, Wilson, Jock, and the good audience down there. Is a good topic that really deserve our participation. Yeah, Doctor.
I don't know. Is it me not hearing his sound or?
I too have not heard.
Okay. Togba, your mic is close.
People that does not like
Togba, brother, we actually did not hear, maybe about 30 seconds, we did not hear your voice. Can you ask from the beginning the question again? Yeah.
All right, let me start it up. I started by greeting you, Molana, Large. Now, Brother Dominic joined you guys, and Wilson, Jock, Gandhi, and the good listeners down there. My point would be interjection, and lastly, I would put a question to Large. In South Sudan, someone like me, I am privileged because I travel a lot from the far eastern Equatoria to the far western Equatoria of Tombora to Raja to the last corridor of eastern Upper Nile in Maban to the last point of Northern Unity State and Nimile. So I'm privileged because I know these places. In the situation we have there, Jama, for myself, I'm very honest. I'm very straightforward. You see, we have a very fertile land, particularly in this from the side of Imatong all the way to Raja, to western, to the far western limb of western Barangazal. This side, it is very, very fertile land, more than any other land in South Sudan. You can take it from Sukudum, you come to the land of Lotuko, Greater Torit, you go all the way to this side is in conjunction with the equatorial climate. Now the problem is there are people with cattle. These people are farmers. They take their cattle there, they destroy the farm. These are not lazy people. They don't just wait like to go and get milk from the cows or whatever. No, these are very hardworking farming communities. What we need
is a genuine system that gave rights to every individual. Your land is your land. Yeah, if I wanted land in Tambora, I must be just given a plot within Tambora town, not the other way around. If I want to invest, I must come with my tractors and do farming. I will employ some of the area, not just taking the land. This is very pathetic. So, Doctor, I would give you a question like, what is suitable between Confederation and Federalism? On my side, I would figure Confederation. I don't have any Sudanese, but let us live as a free people. Let Equatorial be a republic, Upper Nile be a republic, Baragazal be a republic, and then we will have a union, a president of union. That is Confederation. Federalism, in my thinking, Teresa, is not enough. I want each of the region to have absolute power. For example, Ecuadorians, they will have their own nationality. They issue nationality. We will only share passport at the confederate level. So, large, I would give you a certain example. What would you pick between a permanent chaos or turmoils and a permanent peace? What is best between two things? That is my question, Mohana, Teresa, and Dominic. I have two questions. What is good between federalism and confederation? And what is best between having permanent peace or health, permanent chaos, and turmoil? These are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tagota. These are very important questions, and I appreciate that. Let me start with the issue of permanent peace and turmoil, and then I'll go to the federalism and confederalism. I think in life, there is no permanency. And that's a general rule. And I don't know what your religion you profess, but I'm a Christian. And in my Christian teaching, I know that there are changes. The changes start from when you are born. You begin to learn to walk, to talk. Little by little, you begin to play football, or you begin to play with toys. You go to school, you grow up. There is constant change in you. You are developing at every minute, even for us now. Every minute we're getting much older than what we are. Tomorrow is going to be different, and so on and so forth. And as it is a cycle, our day will come and we will say goodbye and leave the world in peace to the next one. And this is where the issue of leadership is important. Leadership is about how you provide vision and prepare your country and your people for a better future. That is about leadership, because things change. And in that change, we want to direct our people to a better future. And here, what we are doing is we want to direct ourselves to a better governance system that will be able to recover our humanity,
We'll be able to recover our tribes to begin to live again as one. Because Bible says change is possible and change is a must. So nothing is permanent. Nothing is permanent on this earth. And if somebody does not want to believe that, then you are going to have problems, because when your changes in your own body happens, it's going to force you to live difficult life of rejection, rejecting the reality. And this is what's happening in South Sudan. The rulers are rejecting that we are 64 tribes. They are rejecting that fact. And rejecting that fact only create mental health problems for you. So, permanent peace is an illusion. There is nothing called permanent peace. And there is nothing called permanent turmoil. Again, let me take the contemporary examples. Kenya has been the most peaceful country in East Africa. People live with, nobody expected that Kenya would blow up. And because human beings have the capacity to do the impossible or to do the unimaginable, we cannot have permanent peace. And yet when we have turmoil, also we cannot have permanent turmoil. It will be brought, it will be managed to bring peace. Such as in our case in Sudan when we were fighting the Arabs, or during colonial peace, or in the history that I said. We had to fight, living in chaos until we got our independence. But that independence has not worked yet. We are now struggling. But there will be time for peace. In Ecclesiastics, in the Bible, it says there is time to be born, there is time to die, there is time for love, there is time for hate, there is time for the opposite is always there. Time to be happy, time to be unhappy, time to be angry, time to be laughing. Just this is life. And so there is permanent peace, not say there is peace and then there's turmoil. They just interplay. And with this, I cannot definitely guarantee anybody that there will be permanent peace or permanent turmoil. Right now, we have had turmoil in South Sudan for the last 19 years under the rule of SPLM. But this is not going to end. This is not going to continue forever. It will come to an end. We are actually seeing the tail end of it, believe you me. But then when we see the tail end, when peace comes, we need leaders. We need leaders who look far and leaders who look beyond their tribe, look beyond their own behavior. They need to look at humanity. What can I do or provide as the best way for all the people of South Sudan, regardless of their tribe, regardless of their religion, regardless of their sex, regardless of their creed? And it is that leadership that brings us together, that makes us support each other, that makes us live happy life, that also corrects us when we are wrong, when we do terrible things. So, to maintain peace, we have to work to have peace constantly. But you cannot have peace and then not work for it and not provide vision for it. You will go back again to turmoil. So that's number one. Number two, federalism and confederalism. South Sudan at the moment is one country. And it is not easier, but it is convenient to do federalism because we are one country. Confederation is always between countries. Just like if you remember the case of Yugoslavia,
You had Serbia, you have Slovenia, you have Croatia, all coming together under Yugoslavia. And then when they broke, the Confederation broke and everybody went their own way. But at the moment, we are one country. So we could only have Confederation if the 3 or 10 states decide to be independent and recognized internationally. But without that, we can only do Confederation willingly. But I do not think that going for Confederation at the moment is easier because there will be too much resistance to it. But federalism obviously is attainable and manageable. But also, above all, we have to think, in South Sudan, there is only one group of people who think wrongly against the other 63 tribes. So once power is taken away from them, and that power is nationally managed, it should not go to another tribe. It should be nationally managed communally by all the other tribes in a proper system with a proper constitution and the government and the federal system. South Sudan will be a beautiful place to live in. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Ustaz Alhaj. And let's go to, I think the next person is Brother, I think it's Wilson, right? Because Wilson was here.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome. Go on for your question.
Yes, I want to wish everybody a happy Sunday. And the time that you address this issue and the vacuum of leadership and the vacuum of the right system of governance to our people is very critical. It's very important, and it's on right timing. And I appreciate you, Dr. Al-Haj, for being patient and answering all the concerns and queries and questions. It's been a long time since you started here, but all in all, I have this question for you. Just want you to help to break these people free who have fears and concern over the introduction of federalism in South Sudan as a system of governance. In this regard, I see most of them, this one tribe, they have fears and concern that federalism is another kokora in a modern way, in a different way that is now being introduced to them. And this raises their fears and concerns that this might also threat the unity of South Sudan. These are real concerns. If you do your research and you ask queries all around, specifically within this specific one group, and how do you break them free from those fears and concerns that federalism is not a kokora? Federalism is not against one specific tribe, and federalism is a system that will break through this current system of dictatorship and regime, and instead is going to give powers to people to have a say in running the business and affairs of their country. Otherwise, I would like to say thank you all, and appreciate everyone here. And thank you, compatriot Teresa, for being always there and for our country. And we are together in this, and I hope we will make it possible for all of us to reach out to our inaccessible areas, given the level of literacy in our country, so that we continue to disseminate and educate them about the benefits of federal system. Otherwise, I would like to yield the mic back to you, and I'm looking forward for your concerns to break these people free. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Go on, Ustaz Alhaj.
Okay, thank you, Wilson. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, you know, what we have in South Sudan is, as societies, we are brought up differently. Our cultures and also our behavior. some societies can be closed and others can be opened. Some societies have got sanctions against the members of their societies, and others have got maybe liberal ways of doing it. You see, with our brothers, the young, they have a strong sanction regime if one of them does not toe the line. And this makes the majority of them afraid to speak out, afraid to acknowledge, because the tribe will sanction them. And it's normal. If I were a young, perhaps I would do the same. Nobody wants to be sanctioned. Now, people from such a community get indoctrinated from when they're young. They are told certain stories. They are prepared to behave in a certain way from when they are little. So they are brainwashed not to accept anything apart from what they get in their community. We can see clearly from even in clubhouse, educated young will rather deny the reality openly than just saying, yeah, I think that is right, or accepting certain right. They will deny it. And because the way they are brought up, they become hypocritical. But as in all societies, not all people behave the same. There are others who will be ready to come and speak out and stand the truth and be prepared for and explain themselves. Now, how do we overcome such people to understand what is right and what is wrong? I think in South Sudan, we have lived painful experiences. And I will say something that many people may not agree with me, but I think that's the reality. The majority of the young, and when I say majority, I really mean the majority. Because if you look at the security sector of South Sudan, there may be something like 300,000 or so in total, or 500,000 in total. If you look at the politicians and what have you, they are just less, maybe 1,000, 3,000, 4,000. These are the people who are enjoying, including their friends. So in total, there will be maybe about 600,000, 700,000. The rest are suffering as much as all of us combined. But because we experience the oppression from the top group, and because of the indoctrination which I have talked about, of members of the young community refusing to be sympathetic with the others, has made us so much pain and hurt, to the extent that generalization becomes automatic. Everything is triggered by the pain that we have. Look at the security sector. Are they being taken care of, in spite of the fact that they are the protectors of the system? Look at them cutting trees, making charcoal to try to feed their children. Their children are dying because of lack of health care. it tells you one thing. These are brainwashed people who have been victimized by their own community. You are told to suffer. Even if you are suffering, you are told you should not acknowledge the pain of another person like yours. So your own humanity is denied to you by your community because of these sanctions. And so this opens for us a chance to give them the mirror that look how you are suffering. This is how I'm suffering. And we need to look for something better that makes you happy and makes me happy. Which means we need to be in conversation and dialogue, regardless of the pains and hatred that we have. The dialogue has to be hard to break the ice. Because when you think about it deeply, it is a situation of two people hating themselves and not knowing how to resolve the issue because of hatred, which is genuine. And you can't blame both of them. They are not seeing your pain, and you are not seeing their pain. Because as being oppressed, you get fixated on this thing that he is the cause. He's the cause. You don't stop to think and say, look, how does this system impact on him? And this is where we need to be highlighting these things that is making him suffer. So tell them the things that this system has put them in. And this system is actually risking them. It could create genocide for them. These are conversations that must be had. And a lot of them actually know it now, that they have created a high risk for themselves. We don't want to be in situations of murdering, killing each other. And so we need to adopt the strategies of dealing with people who are closed-minded and brainwashed. Once you break that communication and you begin to talk, you will see mountains can melt. Because power lies in communication. Power lies in the word, as it is said in the Bible. And all of us must talk to each other regardless of the pain. That is why I talk to Agot. I talk to Atilio. Because if Agot can understand and Atilio can understand, and I know that up to this point, there is still brainwash, they don't want to understand, but I'll have to keep the conversation going. They themselves will one day come and say, I wish I changed earlier. So our weapon is our mouth. And Wilson, make use of your mouth as it should be, for the better of ourselves and for the better of our country. And I'll try to make mine as much as you make yours, and as much as all the rest of the people make theirs, because we want peace to come to South Sudan. We want federalism to bring us together, to allow us to live happily. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ustaz Hajj, for your answer. I think the next person, let me just refresh. The next person is Brother Juk. Please proceed and ask your question. And then before that, I just want to announce to people that actually, as I said before, this symposium is going to have other session, 3 sessions, by the way, that we're going to talk about federalism. So those who cannot be able to come up to ask a question, because Dr. Al-Haj or Ustaz Al-Haj was talking from the perspective of the historical dimension of the crisis for the searching for federalism or for freedom in our country. The next session is going also to be with a different speaker, and we're going to talk about, in terms of the governance acts. And then again, we're going to talk with another speaker. This is also a week after, regarding, the political acts And then again, the fourth, again, we're going to talk about the constitutional and legal acts, the federal system here. And then again, we'll talk about the economic and financial, dementia here. So don't worry for those who might not find a chance to come and ask, because Ustaz Al-Hajj focus more on the historical background, how the people of South Sudan, they always been yearning for the federal system since 50s, when even Father Sandrlino Ohore, he's spoken inside the parliament of Sudan by then in 1957, when he made it clear that we actually were not calling for separation yet, but we are calling for federal system, for federalism that can bring us together, we govern ourselves. And then it was pictured as if South Sudanese were actually calling for separation. And then he explained that if we are really calling for separation, for self-determination, nobody will stop us. No power, above or down will stop us if the people have that will. And yet we are separated, as Reverend has said. May his soul rest in peace. So, my brothers, do not worry when you see that maybe this is the last session. No, no, no. This is the first one. That's why we started with the historical background here of the federal system. So let's go to the next person. Oh, Brother Duke, please proceed with your question. Thank you.
A blessed day, Maulana Teresa, Engineer Dominic, Dr. Al-Haj, Brother Gandhi, Engineer Warili, Brother Chapo, and TL. تحية خاصة لأسرة our diversity, and thank you very, very much. Even though this work, as it was said, we are in a struggle, Maulana Teresa, and a struggle is a thankless effort. The struggle not to shook. And I think this is some of the thing that we need to get into our mind and help one another understand exactly what is needed of us. We're supposed to be the one doing the work. شغلنا اصلا فعمليه ده ياخذ وقت مننا. انا دارس كلكم، انا اجيب مدخل بس لاهميه الموضوع الناس بتتناقشها. I felt compelled to come up, ask a quick question, and make brief comments towards the topic. So I hope that will be okay. My elder brother, Dr. Largin, would do this. I was laughing when I raised my hand. I came and I was ready to, listening a little bit to come up. So
yeah, just maybe 2 minutes will be okay. Yeah, 2 minutes will be okay.
Thank you so very much. Okay. سؤالي دكتور الحاج، في ظل ظروف بتاع التخلف اللي احنا فيه، يعني كيف يمكننا إعادة الثقة في النفوس بتاع مواطنين اللي صبروا واللي تحملوا كثير في أجزاء متفرقة من جنوب السودان، إن التخبط الحاصل هسه هيكون له نهاية عشان ما يفقدوا عمل. فوضى وظلم الحاصل وصل المجتمعات بتاعنا، حتى الطبقة متعلمة فقدت عمل وبقت ما عندها المقدرة عشان يقدم مروءة ممكن تطلعنا من النفق المظلم اللي احنا فيه الليلة. So, in other words, how can we restore the lost confidence in our masses, in our innocent people who are the victim of this oppressive tribal regime, knowing that the intelligentsia have given up and lost confidence in themselves, and this put our masses, the intelligentsia class, is supposed to do the work of enlightenment, and I like the word we used earlier, but I think by yourself, the current height, to know that, as you've mentioned clearly earlier, that his struggle is an unending process. It is an ongoing process that would throw at us every challenge, every difficult challenge at each new horizon that we may arrive at. How can we restore that confidence in our people, beginning with ourselves, and accept the historical challenge that we're supposed to be, discharging and offering towards perfecting and furthering our struggle to where we have a federal state that would ensure, our people's rights are protected. And I given that's the question, I hope it's clear. I live in a federal country, that is United States of America. And what I have learned, I've joined the transportation trucking industry since 2005. So I've been on and off due to responsibilities. And I've learned so many things. The country is vast, as we know. United States is a large country. And many of us who have studied in Sudan have studied, you could say, world history. We've studied 2 Americans in intermediate, maybe, junior, yeah. So we know you come to central states of the United States, they are known that they have farmlands, animal husbandry, and these things. Many of us who came from Africa, we know we have huge presence as people of South Sudan in the Midwestern countries. Why is that? Because when Americans decided to resettle some of our people, they made sure they're bringing our people to where there are jobs, where they need workers. We have meat plants in the Midwest of the United States. What happens, and our people, even our people, the immigrants, South Sudanese, roam between these Midwestern states. You'll find somebody moving from South Dakota because he worked in meat plants there, and he could go to Kansas, go work for a few months because there are meat plants down there. Kansas is a different state. He could go to Nebraska, Iowa, and people are moving, shifting between these places. Why? Because these jobs are available. You go to Central California, Western Arizona, you find more than khadrawat, vegetables and fruits. And they get shifted, so everything now is working. Whether workers, they get jobs wherever they go across the country. And nobody has an issue with them. You go where there are jobs to make a living for yourself and your family, help your people that are in Africa. California, you find a lot of illegal, you could tell them, Mexicans doing more of them, that is moved in Western United States. I used to do this from the coast of Muhit al-Hadi, from the Atlantic, from the Pacific to Boston. I would do that from Yuma, Arizona to Ohio. والعكس في تبادل بتاع المنافع. And you find these people, the Americans, some people don't know anything about the other part of their country. They're living okay and they're settled. But they don't have an issue when Muatin, Masalan, in Virginia, moves to California. He gets there, get a job, his life is going. There are different social programs. You could go to California, you'll find some, assistance to people. Midwest, these places, they do this based on the state economy. In the wilayat tanya, what they do, they grow haze. لحيوانات حشائش بتاعنا ده في مزارع بيقوم يتجمع وينقلوهم لمناطق اللي فيه أبقار يشيلوهم فلات بيت تراكس. يبقى البقر في محل اللي قاعد فوق ده they are stationary, they are not mobile, they are not يعني الأبقار ما برحلوهم عبر الولايات قال عشان ما في النباتات هنا ولا هناك. انتوا اتكلمتوا قبل شوية how destructive some of the activities are destroying our environment. عندنا مشاكل. We need to continue to speak. Dr. Al-Haj, we need to focus and know that our intelligentsia are miseducated. I emphasize this. And those of us who are here in the United States, let's open up and begin to read. The experience of the descendants of enslaved people that majority of us ignore studying their history in this country is very, very similar with our history. And many of our greatest scholars, African scholars, they come from these communities, from the African American community, because they have to work against historical traumas against their people, because liberation is not given. It's something we bring to ourselves. We bring because we know what we are missing. Let our people open up and study people like Naeem Akbar, study people like Dr. Amos Wilson, and many others. It comes on self-hatred within the African American society. We see there's destruction. We call them ghettos. But these are victims of system that brought their ancestors to this country. So we are led by the miseducated, and we have to understand this fact. Jin society are victims of their sons and daughters who are choosing to intentionally care less about their people in their villages. And us, all of us as people of South Sudan, if we're in true revolution, we do have responsibility towards each other, towards every community, to correct the wrong that are coming, and we correct them through us challenging each other. There's nothing wrong. We come and sit. We hear anything negative about any group within South Sudan. That's how we can enlighten ourselves and correct the wrong that we are doing, knowingly or unknowingly. I'll go back and listen to the room, but I felt compelled to come and give support to this great topic, and I think there's a need we maintain this, because what we need is education more than anything else. When we have enough information, enough knowledge, as they say, knowledge is not power, but information. Today, that's why we see what is happening in Kenya.
That's right.
We think they are coward people. That's what, even us, the people of South Sudan, we talk about them in the same tone. They're coward. Why? Because we think we are warrior people. But power of the mind is what we need at this stage. That's why the Kenyans, because they know they are everywhere. And they want to take back. Majority of the Kenyans now are doing farming. Some people went back from Florida, from many places. And they're doing wonders in their country, whether with animals, husbandry, or regular farming. Do we hear about hunger, that they are lacking food? No. So we need to really benefit from what is happening with our people, and our personal sympathize with people that have lost their lives. They are brothers, and we stand with them till victory. But kalam da kullu fil ma'rif al humma akhadu. When you're powerful, في knowledge, you're strong and you know what to do exactly. شكرا لكم كثير. بعتذر المرة الثانية أنا هانزل مولانا تريزا. Thank you very much.
شكرا أستاذ جوك. ندي فرصة أستاذ الحاج بيكون عنده رد لأنه أنت سألت سؤال هناك. أستاذ الحاج, you available and you heard the question, then you can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Jock for a brilliant explanation of our situation. And just for me to make a simple comment on what he said, and then I'll answer his question. Jock, you have said something which is moving and very interesting. You see, you have highlighted from the story you talked about movement of people in America from one state to another state, which state produces what and sells to what, and how people interact, how people meet. Many of our people do not see the benefits of what federalism can do in South Sudan. For example, if the young remain in their places and the government supports them with animal husbandry knowledge, they will be very rich. They will be the richest people in South Sudan because they will be supplying food to the other federal states, and they will move freely, and that in itself will improve their relationship with the people, and South Sudan will be at peace. They will be the beneficiaries. They will not have to fall prey to other people. I just want to say this as one of those small benefits that would accrue to the young. But to answer your questions, human being is a very wonderful creature. You know, human beings truly are. They can withstand pain at extreme, and they can easily move away from the pain and continue with life as if he was not hurt. We are experiencing this daily in our current situation. The tragedy of the young is, as you said earlier, is truly lack of knowledge. The educated young have decided to abuse the young people by one, indoctrinating them wrongly and corrupting the young. I do not believe one bit that any normal human being would want to be involved in actions which are painful, like killing people, because the trauma of killing another human being is not a simple one. And the JCE and the young leadership are abusing the young by converting them into killers, converting them into criminals, converting them into behaviors which will not be sustained by normal mental function of a normal person. I know for sure that we are waiting for a mental health time bomb in our country, because we are traumatizing a lot of people beyond what a normal people be. Imagine making people slaughter other people like goats. Those images, those cries of the victim, what are these people going to do with it? It only exacerbates the situation. And it is this wrong indoctrination, as Jock has said, made the young to be victim of themselves. The young are victims of their own actions. But as Jock asked, what is the way out of this to bring them? I think let us look at other societies, how they have solved this problem. We can look at the Germans. We can look at the Japanese. And we can look at the these people in the Far East. What is it? the Khmer Rouge country, what is it? Cambodia.
Cambodia. This is Cambodia. Timor and those areas.
Yeah. You know, terrible things have been done in these countries. But how do people help themselves and recover from it? The number one thing for anybody to save themselves is to face the reality of your own actions. If you want to recover yourself, if you want to heal, you must first accept the truth and the reality of your actions. The Germans did that. The Japanese did that. The people in Cambodia now have done that. And so the Germans first would like to put the mirror in front of them, look themselves in it, and clean their face. And they need to come clean and talk about the pain that they have experienced and the pain that they have inflicted and acknowledge that they have done wrong. Any counseling lesson will meet what I've said. So there can be individual counseling, there can be group counseling, or there can be mass counseling through media. But the number one thing is to accept that you have done wrong. Number two, to atone for it. And for those who have done wrong, if they are found to be genuinely used and abused, they should be helped. Just as in South Africa, those who have done wrong have been helped to recover. Those who have accepted and apologized have been helped to recover, and they are trying to rebuild their lives. But ultimately, for the victims to feel that justice is done, the planners, the architects, the brain of all this thing of JCE must be held accountable so that their own people can see and the victims can see that justice is being done. Had they not been manipulated, had the young not been manipulated and indoctrinated, the situation in our country would not have happened. And we need to be reflective here of our history. Until 1972, there may have been 2, 3, 4 incidents here between the young and the other people, but generally people lived happily. Nobody targeted any other person. It is only when Abel Aller and then later the whole system reached to where we are that now Jung have become like an enemy. We had Jung in Equatoria. They never misbehaved until SPLA or came up and the indoctrination happened. We have families in Juba like the family of Katil, like the family of Gordon Ayom. Those have become Equatorians. And I'm sure in many other places. But today, whether they will be accepted or not is another thing I don't know. So we need to create that environment where there is law and order for every South Sudanese. And then create that environment whereby there is peace and justice. And the peace must be created by the law and order, and equally the justice must be created by that. And everybody must feel that they are equally treated by the law of the land. And also, we are going to have to, it's a must, involve an education system and information system
to begin to mitigate these situations so that we talk to ourselves and we learn more and more of social cohesion to recover ourselves and go back to how we used to live, gather that information, bring it forward. Because if we create federalism, everybody will be within their federal state. But if they want to go and work in the other states, they will go and work and nobody will care about them as long as they are maintaining and respecting the law of the state where they are. But as Jock has given this example of America, imagine Equatoria would produce the food, grains and things like sweet potatoes, bananas, other things, which they will export to Bor, to Malakal, and from Malakal and Bor we'll get milk, we'll get hides for industries to develop in all these places. The same Harkazal will provide us with the fruits and everything, and there will be an economic growth in the country whereby each and every state will try to become rich and their people also improve economically, and then people begin to live happily. People will begin to visit each other. Even people will not recognize that there is something called federalism. Those who live in America, do, as Jock said, do they realize that they're in federalism? No. People cross so long as you don't commit crime. And this is what we want. So, Jock, the young need to see themselves in the mirror, acknowledge the wrongs that they have done, and then they need to engage in genuine conversations with the rest of the people. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ustaz Alhaj, for answering the question of Brother Juk. I appreciate that. Let's go to Brother Gandhi. Maybe you have a question. The floor is yours. تفضل Composite Gandhi.
طيب السلام عليكم. اتمنى صوتي واضح كده. مودريترز
صوتك واصل تمام يا
مستمعين تحت. يا دكتور الحاج انا بحييك يا رفيق، بحييك كثير على الورقه اللي انت قدمته. والورقه ده طبعا زي ما الرفيقه تريزا قال انه في جزئيه منه، الجزئيه منه ده ان شاء الله نحن هنوصله لشعب جمهوريه جنوب السودان سويا زي ما انت بديت المدخل بتاعه عبر البعد التاريخي والمراحل بتاعه. السؤال اللي انا داير اساله كده، حل الفيدراليه
الشبكة أنا ما أعرف ده مني أنا ولا يا رفيق غاندي، أنت عندك مشكلة بتاع تذبذب، عندك تذبذب في الإنترنت. ممكن تمشي محل فيه شبكة ثابت، صوتك بتقطع، في تذبذب.
في الشبكه الاريا بتاعتنا شنو، خلاص هنزل السؤال في الكومنت سيكشن وانت تجاوب له. لو انت ما سامعني كويس ممكن انزل السؤال في الكومنت سيكشن هنا وانت تجاوب له.
خلاص انت اكتب السؤال هنا، انت اكتب السؤال، ما في مشكله. ما في مشكله.
تسلم. تمام.
نمشي ل the next person. Please proceed with your question. Brother Chapo, تفضل.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum, Teresa. I hope I'm very clear.
Yeah, clear and sound, yeah.
All right, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I give thanks to the panelists and Dr. Al-Haj and the audience who are listening. Dr. Al-Haj, that was a clear and a great presentation that I think you have made it clear for the well-informed and the least informed about federalism system of governance. You went further, even explaining about Zola Wonders, Kalambeta Bagar, or grazing, or farmers, and all that. Now the question to you, Al-Haj, Dr. Al-Haj, is, do you see this issue of understanding federalism, is it because people are not well informed, or it is just a deliberate rejection of the system of federalism? That is one. Two, on your own personal take, do you see as federalism, the system of governance, is it a popular demand by the people of all the three regions of South Sudan, or it is a system that is being championed by the Equatorians? And if it is yes, that it has been championed by the people of Equatoria, what are the options that are out there for the people of Equatoria, at least to make those other people who are rejecting it deliberately to understand the fruits of federalism? And thirdly, what I would like to know is, are we, if Equatorians, for say, are championing for federalism, are we going to have some sort of a mandatory task to educate the rest, at least to understand the system of federalism? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chapo. Okay. The issue of federalism is really not that people don't understand it. But let's go a little bit to our contemporary history. When we had the Addis Ababa Agreement, we had the regional autonomy. That regional autonomy, to a certain extent, allowed us Southerners to exercise the things that we would not be able to have in one Sudan. So, for example, we were allowed to have English as the media franca in South Sudan, while Arabic was in the north. We are allowed to have our Christian culture. We could drink, we could mix with our sisters can mix with us, we can go dancing, we are free like we do in our normal systems. But if we were under the one Sudan, those would have all been criminalized and we would be in a problem. We were happy with it. Abel Alier himself was happy with it. A lot of the young who are rejecting federalism now here were happy with it. Okay, if all these people, they were the leaders as now, Abel Alier was the president of High Executive Council and the leader of South Sudan region, enjoying fruits of federalism, of autonomy, autonomous South Sudan. Why did they not reject it? Because autonomy is equally on the same principle like federalism, but it's on a smaller scale. Were we not making laws during the Addis Ababa Agreement for ourselves in Juba? Were we not governing ourselves? We accepted it, we were happy with it. And who were the rulers at that time? It was the young. Okay. When tribalism reared its head and the other tribes began to say, look, you cannot behave like that. We need you to respect others and we need to give us a space because you are now behaving in a way which is unacceptable. If that is the situation, we are going to call for further decentralization, which was Kokora. Now it became a problem. We could not have decentralization because they were happy for us to be in one automized region which they were in control. I hope you know where I'm driving with this. I'm going with this only to say that as long as they are in control, as long as they are in control of the whole, it is okay. But if we are going to have a system whereby they cannot control us, it's not good. So it boils down to one issue of the ideology of the rulers. If decentralized power was wrong, we should never have accepted it from the Arabs. We should have remained in one Sudan. Why didn't they argue for that? Because it didn't suit them. But they want to be the Arabs in South Sudan. So it's not an issue of ignorance. They rejected Kokora because they could not have control over the people of South Sudan. Okay. And why the majority of them really do not want federalism? It is because, as I said earlier, the young are controlled by their leaders. They are brainwashed. Once their leader says something, it filters down to every one of them, and then they all parrot it like lemmings. Even the educated ones will parrot it like lemmings. So it is deliberate. It is deliberate from the leadership of the young. That's number one. So number two, if Equatorians are the champions of federalism and it is not wanted, what are the options? There are lots of options, my brother. One option is we could struggle, all of us, fight against the Juba regime and remove it. That's one option. And then continue with the unitary system. Another option is the one we are presenting to you. We're fighting the Juba regime to remove it so that we have a federal system which benefits each and every person. And if this cannot work, the other options has been provided by Brother Lado. I don't know whether he's in the room. Lado, Didi, Audacious, they have provided another option, which although I don't support it, but they have already put it in the open. And for those who do not want federalism, as I said earlier, they need to look at that option because that option could gain traction. If they don't want federalism, then they are going to have to contend to meet Ladu and those of Audacious to confront them. Because this is real, it's not a joke. You know? We already have separatists in Upper Nile. Nimer is there. Okay? So, and for any idea, and as you know, Chapo, my brother, any idea that is released into the public, it will be like the genie bottle. Once you release the gin from the bottle, you can't put it back. It will find its way and it can create any situation. It can create any situation. So those who do not want federalism and do not want peaceful life risk having the South Sudan disintegrate. I hope it doesn't come to that, because I can see that in the current South Sudan, if we can only solve our social problems and governance problems, we are likely to build a very powerful, rich, and respectable country. So, Equatorians will have to make their own choices in a situation if they find it that it's really difficult to contend with the current situation. It's not what I would go with. I will feel very sad. Why am I sad? Because out of the 64 tribes of South Sudan, and ironically, I was in Rumbek, I didn't see the terrible behavior of the Jeng, which I believe really the Jeng are not terrible people, because when I was in school in Rumbek, and I'll tell you this year, people who have been to Rumbek and other Jeng places might attest to this. You know, when I was in Rumbek, we would go out of the school into the Dinka villages 3, 4, 5, 6 miles in there. And when the people receive us, they joyfully would receive us, and they would give us ground nuts. You know, the Jeng don't eat raw ground nuts. But knowing that here are Equatorians coming, they eat ground nuts, they give us ground nuts, and when we're eating ground nuts, they laugh at us. You know, they take it as something. So it made us develop relationship, and when we are going back to school, they give us eggs. Those are the Jeng that I knew. They were exactly like me, like some of my people in Equatorial. But the current ones, how they have turned to be like that, is because of indoctrination. But essentially, the 63 other tribes have lived with them. It has been a happy thing. And it would be sad for us to break South Sudan simply because we do not want to come together and contain the Jeng. So let us have federalism. Let us fight for a good South Sudan, which is self-sufficient to all of us with our needs. South Sudan now has rich resources. We just need to work together and bring that country to what everybody will be respecting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ustaz Alhaj. I will drop you down, Brother Chafu. Thank you for your question. I just want to remind some people that actually, as we said, this is symposium. So Ustaz Alhaj started here with the historical dimension of this, the federalism itself, and then will come a time that we'll have another speaker next week. Is going to talk about the governance X. And then again, we will have also another speaker will come and talk about the political acts here. And then fourth, we will have another person will talk about the constitution and the legal acts here. And then again, we will have the economic and financial acts. So for some question that people also asking Ustaz Alhaj here, more likely like related to the paper of the other speakers. So يعني في أسئلة اللي بيكون بيطرحوه هنا عنده علاقة بالورق اللي هيقدموا المتحدثين اللي جايين في الجانب الثاني. هيتكلم في ناس اللي هيتكلموا عن النظام الحكم ذاته في نفس الوقت، وبرضه هيتكلم بجانب السياسي، وفي برضه في جانب الدستوري أو القانوني، وبعد ذاك هيكون في متحدث الأخير ده هيخلص ده اليوم 28 هيكون في الجانب الاقتصادي والمالي أو الفاينانس. فيستحسن إنه بعد الأسئلة ما يتم مسألته هنا، لأنه في أسئلة تانية عنده علاقة بالأوراق التانية. أنا بشكركم كثير. في سؤال برضو من أخونا غاندي وطرح أسئلة تقريبا 3، فأنا هاخد واحد السؤال الثاني لأنه عنده علاقة بورقة بتاع أستاذ الحاج، اللي هو السؤال الثاني: كيف ستنجح الفيدرالية في معالجة قضايا النسيج الاجتماعي؟ This question for you أستاذ الحاج. كيف ستنجح الفيدرالية في معالجة النسيج الاجتماعي؟ ده السؤال بتاعه، أو كان إحنا قلناه باسم شنو ده؟ بالإنجليزي، أو like how will the federalism succeed in addressing the issues of the social fabric? This, if we translate it to English, was my humble translation. Go on, Ustaz Al-Hajj.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Okay, federalism offers us a lot of opportunities in solving the problems of South Sudan. Number one is the fact that you, as an individual citizen of South Sudan, will have a say and a voice in your area, which will be listened to far and wide in the other states and by the federal system. How will this help us solve the social fabric? Unfortunately, it will take a long time, and let me explain why. The social fabric of South Sudan was targeted in 1983. From 1983, the social fabric of South Sudan was being undone little by little, gradually, until now. For 41 years, SPLA deliberately destroyed the social fabric. How did it do that? During the war years, wherever place they have gone, they attack the local administrative structures. The headmen, the chief, and the local people that are responsible for running the communities. They will dismiss them, and then they will put their own structure of SPLA as responsible. They humiliate the chiefs, they humiliate the headmen, they humiliate the local people. Consistently from one area to another area to another area. This is a big thing that South Sudanese have not yet started talking about. And I'm glad that you've asked this question, because the social fabric was a target of SPLA. For whatever reason, it's not explained. And it has continued up to now. But I think it comes from Garang used to say, to tell, in radio SPLA, which used to be beamed from Ethiopia, Garang used to say to the SPLA soldiers, when we take over the country, you will be the leader. You will be the person who will talk. Nobody's going to say, ana kida, wana kida, wana kida. You will be the leader. And that is why by destroying the social fabric, you can see SPLA behaving like lords. Again, indoctrination like Selada Bitag, Abu Bitag, Itabako Minu. This is a license for theft and robbery. The Kulu Ajat Bita SPLM. All the songs of SPLM were and are anti-social fabric of South Sudan. When any area they went to, our sisters, our mothers, our aunt, our niece are abused left and right. And when we talk, we are shot dead. That is the destruction of social fabric. Theft is rewarded. no accountability. So for 41 years, we have known nothing other than destroying ourselves. Now, to rebuild such a society of necessity requires correct structures and correct law and order. What that means is, first, we remove the government. 2, we put proper constitution that takes everybody's view in and works for every person. Then we have a proper law and order and a proper judiciary that protects each and every person. Then we have a proper parliament of true representative of the people, voted by the people in different parts of South Sudan. Not appointees, opportunists. And leakers of other people's boots. Since 2005 up to date, we have not had an elected parliament. We do not have a voice as a people. This parliament is a parliament of Kir and is accountable to Kir. And if you do not believe this, go and refer to what Dr. Martin Elias said. He said, I worked for Kir. Now, if a minister is telling you that he works for Kir, then you understand whether there is any social fabric left in this country. And so, we need to put proper structures in place. Proper structures of governance, of which ideologically at the end we need federalism so that power goes to the people, goes nearer to the people, so that they can make laws locally that ensures it fits in with their cultures, with the cultures of the tribe, with the cultures of the people, and it begins to make us build and rebuild our relationships again. Begin to make us feel I'm secure. Nobody's going to attack me. Nobody's going to rape my daughter, rape my sister, rape my aunt, rape my mother, rape my wife. Nobody's going to rape me as a male, because in the current system, males are raped like women. There is no differentiation. That's the fact. South Sudan is the only country where there is male brothels. In Atlapara, there are male brothels. So the social fabric has gone beyond, which means we need to have the proper systems that will allow us to begin to appreciate ourselves, will make us begin to look at ourselves as human beings and love life, and will make us to value the humanity of the other person next to you, to understand that tribe is not a barrier. Tribe is just a way of describing another person. But they are human like you, and their needs are equal to yours. So all this can be brought together by the proper structures I'm talking about, and by a government of the people, which means you have a government whereby everybody can see themselves in. Whether it is in the police, whether it is in the prisons, whether it is in the national security, whether it is in the courts, whether it is in everything, you can see yourself in, and you can see that you can be respected, and we are governed by our constitution. That we are not governed on the whims of who I am as a person with a tribe. At the moment, law applies to certain people, and people of certain tribes are above the law. You cannot build rebuild the social fabric of South Sudan under this situation. And that is why we in NAS are saying must remove this government, and we must bring in federalism and a proper government of the people, by the people, which means the members of parliament are clearly voted in by the people. So that when an MP of a certain area airs the views and the problems in their area, the solution is found nationally by the rest contributing in it and making it a problem of the nation. The law that comes out of it covers each and every breath of the country. So, in short, we need proper structures, and we need to begin education, mass education, re-educate the people, civic education as well, so that people can understand this is going to be done in mass, and for after this, people will begin. And I'll tell you, we must respect our sisters, our aunts, and our mothers, because the solution for rebuilding social fabric actually comes from that end. If there's any people who are going to save us, it will be our sisters, our women, because they are gifted with the skills of networking. We, the men, are sometimes inadequate on that, but it does not exonerate us. We have to improve ourselves, we have to learn, but we must trust and give power to our women, who I believe are the solution to the problem of our country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Susan Hart. I could see that Warila came back again. I will give you the a chance, Warila. Maybe you have a question to ask. Go on, please.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. I had to step out of the room to cater for some domestic issues here. But I wanted to ask one question only to Dr. Al-Hajj, and it's I've read the NAS federal model for South Sudan, 2020, sometimes back. And I have to submit that I haven't attended Al-Hajj's submission from beginning. But if this question has been tackled, we just can skip it. But otherwise, it's just to elaborate more on the NAS blueprint. So, Dr. Al-Hajj, on the aspect of resource allocation, the NAS model speaks of allocation of resources.
Warila?
Yes.
He's here because we will have some other speakers who are going to talk on the last speaker is going to speak on the economic and financial acts. So any question should be focused more on the historical, perspective of federal system here.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
لأنه داك هيدخل في سؤال. أنت كان عندك سؤال تاني برا من كده ممكن يكون أفضل.
No, I don't have. Thank you. I will stop it here. I will wait for the discussion next time when you tackle the resource allocation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Because actually this symposium, it will take another 4 sessions. And there is also another speaker is going to talk from the government acts, and then again to the third one to politically, from that perspective, and then again from another person will come and talk on based on the constitution and legal acts here, and then the final speaker is going to speak about the economic and financial acts, because the federal system is not just a small concept. It's a very wide and has to be tackled from all different angles. That's why we started first with the historical background here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, let's go to TL. TL, you have a question. Please go on.
Okay, شكرا. تريزا مودريتا قيادة المنصة والناس المستمعين وكده. أنا سؤالي ما بكون كتير، أنا بس هركز في حاجة بسيطة، لأنه الموضوع ده كبير جدا جدا. البعد التاريخي للفيدرالية هو عايز شغل شديد، لأنه البعد التاريخي جزء من أجيال فاهمين أن الفيدرالية في جنوب السودان، وفي جزء من الأجيال ما فهموا الفيدرالية في جنوب السودان. يبدأ إنه الموضوع دي كبيرة جدا، منصة مش كفاية للشرح. أنا سؤالي إنه للحاجة إنه كيف نحن نوصل الرسالة دي لجيل بكل أمارة، لأنه في أجيال هم شايف حملك الموضوع الفدرالية دي ذاتها، بيشوف زي أنت جاي تقطع في ليش، لأنه النظام اشتغل شغل تقيل. الآن طبعا زي ما نحن كلنا عارفين إنه الناس دي بس كم منه خم يعني. بود التاريخ للفدرالية وعشان يشرحوها طبعا كويس، انتوا بدأتوا في الشرح، الموضوع طويل جدا بكل تفاصيله، لكن الأكثر لازم نركز للطوية إنه مصالحك شنو في موضوع الفدرالية. أنا بجيت هنا تقريبا سؤالي وضحت إنه إحنا عايزين نلقى طريقة كيف نوصل المفهوم دي لآخر واحد في المراه هناك، زي ما قبل شوية سنين إنه في ناس بتفكر في موضوع الفدرالية إنه هتكرم مصالحها. شكرا.
يا شكرا. تفضل أستاذ الحاج.
Okay, thank you very much. Information is very important, and nothing can be achieved without communication, which means that we have to talk about federalism so that we raise the awareness of the people. And that can be achieved in many ways. One way is what we are doing right now, to talk about it and converse about it. We ask each other questions and we answer. Not that one person will have the right answers. If I don't know, I'll say I don't know. Another person might come, yes. We need to keep the conversation going. We need to keep the information flowing. And that can only be with us interacting with each other. And this has to be done on every opportunity. Every day something comes up about federalism, engage with people, talk about it, because it is something that we must enlighten ourselves about it in depth, so that we don't let ourselves down. This issue started from 1947, and today, how many years down the line? From 50 up till now is 70 years. So for exactly 74 years, no, for exactly 77 years, our grandparents were talking about federalism. Why it never gained traction is because we never talked about it seriously. We never explored it, and but I may be wrong here. because we did talk about it, and that is why at a certain point, even SPLA appointed a federal minister. And I remember Dr. Richard K. Muller was the Minister for Federalism. He had done some symposiums in Juba about it. I think that was good, but it wasn't followed up because perhaps the powers that be don't want it. They just wanted a federal minister who is only to fill a position but not to do what they are exactly supposed to be there for, which is implement federalism. So we need to be talking about that and even get the information, if we can, from Dr. Richard K. Muller, what they have achieved, share that information, is disseminated. One way is, as I said, we are talking now. Another way is we publish things about it. We just need to raise the awareness of the people on a day-to-day basis. And in doing that, we must not say that, we must not forget that the people we most need to engage are the young. We need to be having these conversations with the young people. We need to tell them so that they can understand that their fears are unfounded. Just like Jock said earlier, a lot of young live in America. Why are they not requesting the American government to stop federalism? They are happy living in federal states, living in federal, in Switzerland, they live in federalism. In Germany, they live in federalism. In Canada, they live in federalism. In Australia, they live in federalism. Yet in South Sudan, they don't want federalism. It's because there is an agenda in South Sudan that is directed to create some ethnic group as superior. No, we can't accept that. We know, I personally love federalism because federalism will ensure that South Sudan develops, so that South Sudanese receive peace and allows each and every region to develop as fast as possible given its resources. The entire South Sudan is a rich place. If you come to Equatoria, there are lots of minerals, there are lots of things like wood, there are lots of agricultural land can sustain itself. Bahar Ghazal can produce a lot of fruits, can produce a lot of fish, can produce a lot of meat. Again, Upper Nile can do this meat, milk, and all that. Each federal state will be able to stand on its own feet and enrich its people. That's the beauty of it. Development. That's what we want, so that people are happy and our country, moves forward. We don't want a country that is stagnating because of ethnic politics, which is neither good for the ethnic people themselves, ethnic rulers themselves, or for the South Sudanese in general. So we have a job in front of us to do, which is to talk about federalism and raise awareness. The good thing is people are talking about it now. Let's continue this. And hopefully it will not be long before all of us are on the streets like the demonstrators in Kenya talking of federalism. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you a lot, Ustaz Al-Hajj. Thank you, Brother TL. Before we go to the conclusion, that the final message that Ustaz Al-Hajj want to give us here, I just want to go again with the announcement for the next as you people already know that we started here with the first the historical concept here of federal system. So here we have the announcement. Of course, within this framework of constructive communication with our people, let's say NAS, we are still here holding this major political symposium under the theme, "With the federal system, we will build a safe and advanced state." Okay, so during this period of from June, like today, 30th, to July 28th, here NAS will organize this fifth. Now we finish with one session of federalism, in which the speakers will address the federal system in general, of course, and then a federal model for South Sudan from NAS perspective based on the the five methanic areas. But here, of course, now we had Ustaz Al Hajj, Mr. Al Hajj already took the historical part. The next person is going to be on the political acts. The speaker is Engineer Dominic Akoi. This is going to be on the 7th of July, and then we'll have again economic and financial acts is Speaker Ambassador Faris Matthew. This is going to be on the 14th of July, and then the constitutional and legal acts is Speaker Justice Kurkur Lopita Pitia. He's going to speak on that day as well. This is going to be on the 21st of July. And then the last speaker is going to be, he's speaking from the perspective of the governance. Mr. Speaker, Suba Samuel Manasa, he is also NAS spokesperson. This is going to be on the 28th of July. So for the listeners who are here, viewers as well, so it will be good for the next, the speaker is going to present his perspective based on the next paper. Here it's on the economic, the political acts. So here you need to ask all your questions based on this political perspective. And please come early. So when you listen to presentation, and then you will be able, to ask your question. And I appreciate that. Maybe I will also play the voice as an announcement.
مواطنين بتاعنا في كل المكان، جماهير الثورة السامدة، ده أنا بابا جشوا بحييكم تحية سورية باسم بتاع التنظيم بتاعكم الكبير جبهة الخلاص الوطني بقيادة بتاع جنرال توماس سيريلو سوكا. اليوم شعب بتاعنا البطل أنا جايب لكم إعلان مهم جدا، وإعلان ده ماشي لكل المواطنين بتاعنا. النظام بتاع سالفا كير قاعد يستعمرهم في كل المكان، للشباب والشابات بتاع البلد بتاعنا العظيم، لمواطنين بتاعنا المشردين في المعسكرات الأمم المتحدة بالداخل، وللاجئين بتاعنا في الدول المجاورة. والإعلان ده لك أنت البسمة الخبر ده، إذا كنت في القرية أو في المدينة، في الجبال أو في الغابات، في المستشفى أو في المراحات، أنت المواطن البسمة كبر ده في أي مكان. اللي من أجل بتاعكم أن إحنا اليوم في جبهة الخلاص الوطني بقيادة بتاع جنرال توماس سيريلو سوكا، إحنا قاعدين ننادل عشان نرفع عنكم الاستعمار الجديد النظام بتاع سالفا كير قاعد يطبقوا في بلد بتاعنا. والإعلان الحمد ياهو زيدا في الأيام الجاي تنظيم بتاعكم جبهة الخلاص الوطني وماشي ينظم ندوة سياسية كبيرة جدا تحت شعار بالنظام الفيدرالي أن إحنا في منابر التواصل الاجتماعي زي الفيسبوك، يوتيوب وكلاب هاوس. والقيادات الماشيين يكلم في ندوة ده ياهو أسماء بتاعهم. القيادي الحاج بول هو ماشي يكلم عن الفيدرالية من منظور بتاع البعد التاريخي لمشكلة بتاع فتزخرية في بلد بتاعنا. وكلام ده بيكون يوم الأحد الموافق 30/6/2024 الساعة 6 آسيا بالتوقيت بتاع جوبا. القيادي دومينيك أكوي وماشي يتكلم عن الفيدرالية من منظور السياسي، وكلام ده بيكون يوم الأحد الموافق 7/7/2024 الساعة 6 آسيا بالتوقيت بتاع جوبا. القيادي فارس ماثيو هو ماشي يتكلم عن الفيدرالية من المنظور الاقتصادي والمالي، وكلام ده حيكون يوم الأحد الموافق 14/7/2024 الساعة 6 آسيا بالتوقيت بتاع جوبا. القيادي مولانا كركر لوبيتا بيتيا هو ماشي يتكلم عن الفيدرالية من المنظور الدستوري والقانوني، والكلام ده حيكون يوم الأحد الموافق 21/7/2024 الساعة 6 آسيا بتوقيت بتاع جوبا. القيادي صوبا سامويل مناس هو ماشي يتكلم عن الفيدرالية من منظور الحوكمة أو الحكومة، وكلام ده بيكون يوم الأحد الموافق 28/7/2024 الساعة 6 آسيا بتوقيت بتاع جوبا. مواطنين بتاعنا في كل المكان عشان أحمية بتاع الندوة ده، تعال أسمع بأدانا بتاعك نوع بتاع فيدرالية لجبهة الخلاص الوطني بينادي من أجل تحقيق بتاعه للشعب بتاعنا. عشان أحمية بدأ الندوة ده، أنت اللي عندك سمارت فون شارك معاك الآخرين في المنطقة بتاعك الأمم ما عنده سمارت فون، حتى هم يسمعوا ويشارك في جلسات بدأ الندوة الخمسة. وأنت قاعد تقوم بالمهمة ده، أن إحنا بنشكروك شكرا كبير جدا عشان أنت قاعد تساهم مساهمة مهم في وصول رسالة بتاعت فيدرالية لجبهة الخلاص الوطني بنادي من أجل بتاعه لمواطنين بتاعنا. في النهاية انت الأسمى الإعلان ده، كلم زملاء وأصدقاء بتاعك، كلم كل مواطن في حلة وقرية بتاعك، كلم جيران بتاعك، كلم كل مواطن إذا كان في السوق أو المدرسة أو الجامعة أو الكنيسة أو في الجامع أو في أي مكان أنت موجود فوقه بخبر المهم ده. ناس قوة، أنت قوة، عشان إنقاذ بتاع بلد بتاعنا كلنا قوة.
ده كان compatriot بابا جيشوا، نشكره كتير. ده إعلان اللي اسمه شنو ده؟ للندوة ده. احنا بنشكر أستاذ الحاج الليلة قدم لنا البعد التاريخي في البحث عن الحرية في بلد بتاعنا، بحث عن الفيدرالية هنا كنظام سياسي وحل مثيل لقضية بتاعنا في جنوب السودان أو لتنوع الموجود في جنوب السودان. نمشي لأستاذ الحاج، لو أنت عندك آخر كلام رسالة.
Yes, I do, but just give me a few minutes. I'll come back.
Okay, خلاص. Meanwhile, let me just play this. The next, yeah. Meanwhile, if you're busy, let me just play this one for, I think, yeah, let me just play this.
إعلان هام. مواطنيننا المضطهدون في كل مكان، شباب وشابات في وطننا العظيم، مواطنوننا المشردون في معسكرات الأمم المتحدة في الداخل، اللاجئين في الدولة المجاورة الذين نناضل من أجلهم. اليوم أنا القائد دومينيك أكواي، عضو مجلس الخلاص الوطني، أحييكم باسم تنظيمكم جبهة الخلاص الوطني، وأدعوكم جميعا لمشاركة في الندوة السياسية الكبرى والتي ستنعقد تحت شعار النظام الفيدرالي سنبني دولة آمنة. التاريخ يوم 7 شهر 7 2024. المكان منابر التواصل الاجتماعي في فيسبوك ويوتيوب وكلاب هاوس. الزمان الساعة 6 بتوقيت جوبا المحلي. أطلب منكم إبلاغ أصدقائكم وزملائكم وكل مواطنين في قريتكم وجيراناتكم والمعسكرات، الجامعات، المدارس، الأسواق، وفي أي مكان أخرى عن هذا الحدث المهام. ناس قوة، ناس قوة، عشان ننقذ بلدنا كلنا قوة. شكرا جزيلا. This is an important announcement to our oppressed citizens everywhere, young men and young women of our great nation, our displaced citizens in the United Nations camps, and the refugee in the neighboring countries for whom we are struggling today. I, Dominic Akwai, a member of the National Salvation Council, I do hereby salute you in the name of your organization, the National Salvation Front, and invite you all to participate in the major political symposium that will be held under the slogan, "With the federal system, we will build a safe and an advanced state." The date is 7/7/2024. The location, social media platforms, including Facebook, YouTube, and Clubhouse. I urge you to inform your friends and colleagues and every citizen in your village, neighborhood, camp, university, school, market, and everywhere else about these important events. NAS power, NAS power, NAS power. Thank you so very much.
Yeah, that was compatriot Engineer Dominic Okoye. Thank you very much. Ustaz Alhaj, I trust you're free now. You'll be able now to give us the final message. Thank you.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, and my apologies for just having taken a few minutes away. First of all, I'd like to, from the depths of my heart, to thank all those who have been in this room, listening and interacting with me on this subject. It is enriching to have gotten your questions. Hopefully I've answered them. But if I have not, please go and do research, talk to other people, approach your libraries if you are in Europe or Australia or elsewhere. If you are in Africa, please talk. Ask any people who are mostly teachers or people who are in places of knowledge. Ask them, talk about them, read about federalism. It's important to do that to dispel the misinformation that is going on against federalism. Federalism is a panacea for you, for me, for every South Sudanese. This day today, I have received a lot of questions, and a good number of them centered on the issue of how can people talk about federalism? How do we convince ourselves? And I think this is a very, very important question. Our country is in turmoil. And those who are making this country to destruct do not want us to find good solutions. Why? It's because they know that they will be held accountable. So they will want to hang on to power as much as they can. But what we want to say to them is, we are human. We do not believe in destruction of people. We do not believe that people must be taken revenge against. We believe in law and order. If you have broken the law, we want to see you in court. And the importance of court is this. The decision that the court takes is taking it on behalf of all of us, on behalf of all of us. Nobody should take the law into their own hands to seek revenge. Let everyone who have committed a crime be taken to court and let the court judge on all our behalf. We do not want a criminal to be revenged on, because that creates two criminals. If you go to revenge against something that has been done wrong to you, you yourself is not going to be any different from the person who have committed the crime. And also you don't want to mentally destroy yourself. So We are not for revenge. We want to build a country. And in this view, we see federalism will be good for every South Sudanese because it is about local development, local governance, and promotion of peace, full coexistence. We can only live peacefully and coexist when we have proper structures that help us govern ourselves. Federalism is one. Anybody should feel he wants more information. My email address is in most of my writings, but I'm happy I can note it down here after I've spoken. Email me, ask me about it. Email Dominic, email Teresa, email everybody. Let us keep the conversation going. Let us not be told that federalism is bad and believe it. We need to make sure that we are well informed when we make a decision. And when you say you don't want federalism, come with a reason. Don't come and tell me that because this is not going to allow my tribe, or let me not tell you that I want federalism because I want my tribe to be at the top. No. Tribalism must be something of the past. Any modern person must be able to live with any person, anywhere, because we can talk and we can understand ourselves. It's only people who do not want to live peacefully and people who believe in outdated ideologies of supremacy, who think that they are better than others, that are pulling us back. We don't want to be pulled back. We need to go forward, and we need to go forward together as a nation, all of us in peace, and federalism is the way forward. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I've enjoyed your company, and I hope we will have more of this. Or if you open your own rooms, you can count on me being in your room to try to carry on different conversations so that we build a better South Sudan. We have a duty to make sure that our younger people, the children of South Sudan now who are 5, 6, 7, that when they come 20, they need to be in a different world, a world whereby they will not be fearing and say, this, look at themselves from a tribal perspective, but look at themselves from a perspective of we are colleagues, we go to the same school, we are partners, not looking at the tribe. So, brothers and sisters, let us be on that journey. Let us build federalism, and let us acknowledge that NAS has already put forward a vision and has said, this is our future. This is what we are going to achieve. Let's go for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ustaz Alhaj. We really appreciate you today for being with us as a guest of honor. And based on this major political symposium that NAS is actually having here under the slogan, with a federalism system, we will build a safe and advanced state. And you elaborate it well from the perspective, the historical dimension of the crisis, for the searching, for the search for freedom in our country. And it is related to the shouldering light on the disadvantage resulting from the imposing certain political system on our people throughout our history of a struggle, and linking it to our vision of federalism. And you did well, you link everything together from the past history, from the colonial time until the time when we were become Sudanese, and then after when we also divided as a state of Republic of South Sudan. We appreciate you and thank you for answering all the questions. And we say good night to you. I believe my brother Dominic, maybe you want to have something before we go. Dig دقيقة كده compatriot فضل.
Thank you so very much, Teresa. I wanted to thank Dr. Al-Haj in a special way for this presentation. But most importantly, I would like also to thank our listeners for tuning in. Please, it is my humble request that
share this information in your platforms and your groups, because there is no any other way in which we can be able to educate ourselves and learn unless we share knowledge. Sharing is caring. That has always been the word. We will definitely on the 7th meet again to discuss federalism from a political perspective, of a political axis. Then the week after, we will also talk on the same topic from fiscal and economic, financial point of view or axis. Then we will address it from the legal perspective and then the governance, so that by the time we are finishing on the 28th, we would have captured all aspects of what we think as National Salvation Front when we talk of federalism, so that our people, can find solace. As indeed, when we start talk about federalism, it shouldn't be a utopic concept that the ordinary people get to know how are they going to fit in this federalism and how are they going to benefit from this federalism. And like what Al-Hajj have said, issues of prosperity, issues of peace, issues of economic dividends, the common mind must feel, so that it doesn't feel alien from federal system. This is our objective. We are من مسابة برنامج تثقيفي واحنا قصدنا إن نبني الشعب بتاعنا. هنا لما نتحدث عن فدرالية والناس تناقش زي ما دكتور كمان ولا الحاج قال احنا ما بدينا يعني معلومة we don't own it, لكن we share. احنا بنكمل بعضنا يعني، وده يمكن الطريقة الجديد بتاع التواصل بتاع المعلومة. Even if I am a geologist, I know my subject matter. I can argue it with whoever is there. But here we learn. So all of us, we are learning from ourselves. And let's continue to spread the message. So thank you very much, compatriots. Thank you so very much, audience. And above all, Terendo, thank you so very much, Dr. Al-Hajj, for this your wonderful presentation. Good night.
Yeah, thank you. We'll end here with a song from our compatriot Jimmy Santarlino Arica. He's also a great singer who's always singing about NAS and the movement, and also regarding also the people of South Sudan. Yeah.
I appeal to the African Union and the international community to immediately stop bloodshed and genocide in South Sudan. If you want sustainable peace, stand up for justice. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. The same people who kill people in Malakal. Anagalia, the same people who kill people in Motown. The same people who kill people in Bentiu. The same people who kill people in Rumbek. The same people who kill people in kwajo. Anagalia gonna same people who kill people in Wall Town for the crimes against humanity. Get ready to face the court, international court. Hey, for the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the law, international law. For the genocide you have committed, get ready to face the law, international law. For atrocity on our people, get ready to face the court, international court. For the rape, looting and robbery, get ready to face the court, international court. For the killing women and children, get ready to face the law, international law. For kidnapping innocent people, get ready to face the law, international law. For detentions without trial, get ready to face the law, international law. For the poisoning of important people, get ready to face the law, international law. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. The same people who kill people in our will. Anagalia gonna same people who kill people in our way. The same people who kill people in Yambio. Anagalia gonna same people who kill people in Juba town. The same people who kill people in Katikaji. The same people who kill people in Lokiliri. The same people who kill people in Magui. Anagalia gonna same people who kill people in Mundri. The same people who kill people in Mangala. The same people who kill people in Kondokoro. The same people who kill people in Lowe. The same people who kill people in Numule. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na mutu ketiri. Anagalia pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na wajagaliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na kore ketiri. Anagali junubi non-gunmen, Gikatulu junubi kurion. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na mutu ketiri. Anagalia pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na wajagaliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na kore ketiri. Anagalit anon gamen gikatulu junubi kunyo.
This was our brother Jimmy Santalino Arica. We appreciate him. He's a great singer. He's a NAS member as well. Yeah, we end up with this short song here.
Almighty God, have mercy on our people. Give us wisdom and power to liberate our nation from oppression, to achieve peace and prosperity that will ensure freedom, justice, and equality. National Salvation Front will struggle to restore unity, dignity, and power to the people of our nation that preserve diversity and establish a federal democratic South Sudan. We shall honor the blood of our martyrs forevermore. Always nice, Goa, people, power.
Always Nasgua, people power. Nasgua, compatriot Dominic, Nasgua, compatriot Alhaj, Nasgua to all of you. Yeah. So, and Nasgua,
People power.
people power. I appreciate all of you who been with us from the beginning, and those who will come and join later to listen to the video or even to the recording in Clubhouse. You're welcome to. If you have any questions, you might also put them for the next topic, and then next paper, and then you'll be able actually to get your answers. We appreciate all of you. May God bless you. Good night, good morning, or good afternoon. We'll end up here with first YouTube. YouTube here.